Click below to get your free audiobook today.
Foreword and Chapter 1 of A Glimpse of India. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Glimpse of India, being a collection of extracts from the letters of Dr. Clara A. Swain, first medical missionary to India of the Woman's Foreign Missionary Society of the Methodist Episcopal Church in America. Foreword. It was with extreme reluctance that the writer of these letters was persuaded to allow them to be made public. Her family and personal friends have carefully preserved them with the thought there might, at some time, be a call for their publication, and the author has yielded to the entreaties of her friends to let the general public have a share in the pleasure of those who have so delightedly enjoyed them in private circles. A favorable opportunity has occurred for them to be reread, extracts made from the originals and arranged for publication. It will readily be noticed that Dr. Swain was devoted to her work, not only as a profession but as a means of carrying the light and life of the Gospel into the darkened homes of those to whom she ministered. The contrast between the first and second part of her book is marked. In the one she found a people ready to accept physical aid and not wholly unacquainted with the customs of foreigners and the religious ideas of the missionaries already among them. In the other she was among a people who, with regard to Christianity, were as barren in mind as are the waste deserts of their native province. It required courage to enter upon work of any kind amid such uncongenial surroundings and unsympathetic people, but the need was great and there were strong indications that the Master had work for her to do among them. Who can doubt that this was God's own plan? One may sow, another may water, but faith receives the assurance that God will give the increase. C. L. R. H. Part 1. Bareilly, India, 1870 to 1885. Chapter 1. Outward Journey. New York, October 30, 1869. My dear Sister, I am very glad to report my safe arrival in New York after my much dreaded journey. I reached the city about noon and made my way to the mission rooms without difficulty, where I met Dr. Durbin and Dr. Harris, the missionary secretaries, who gave me a hearty welcome and offered me any assistance I might need in packing or other arrangements. Dr. Terry took me to his home, where I am to remain until we sail, and I found Mrs. Butler there waiting to receive me. She wished me to go to Passaic to spend the Sabbath with her, but I excused myself as I preferred to go to Brooklyn. However, to my great annoyance, the expressman failed to bring my trunk, so I was disappointed about going to Mr. C.'s as I had intended. I considered the detention of my baggage providential when, at the breakfast table this morning, Dr. Terry told me that a love feast, the 103rd anniversary, was to be held today at the John Street Church, and I must not fail to go. I thought at first that my untidy condition would detain me, but I could not afford to lose so rare an opportunity, so I decided to go, hoping that the exercises would be so interesting that no one would notice me. Perhaps you will remember that the John Street Church was the first Methodist Episcopal Church in America. It was organized with 5 or 6 members, and they struggled through many difficulties in trying to erect their building, but it was finally completed in 1766. It has been rebuilt once since that time. It is a plain, neat building and is called the Strangers' Church. Reverend Mr. Corbett is the pastor. The love feast was beyond description. I can only say that it was glorious. There were a great many old people present, some of whom gave very clear and wonderful testimonies. They sang old Methodist hymns and shouted just as people used to when we were children. I was greatly blessed and profited, and could not help thinking what a precious place to spend my last Sabbath in America, among these fathers and mothers in Israel, and in the church which is the mother of all the branches of the Methodist Episcopal Church of this great nation. The president of Dickinson College addressed the people at the close of the love feast. He is a man of culture and deep piety. His sermon was very appropriate for the occasion and seemed to come home to many, who were greatly blessed and occasionally made the old church ring with their glory and hallelujahs. In the afternoon there was a reunion of all the former pastors of the church and the aged ministers of the city. It was interesting to listen to their experiences. There was one minister present, 95 years old, whose testimony for Christ was very encouraging for young Christians. It was a rare treat indeed, and one which I do not expect to enjoy again in this world. I trust that I may be counted worthy to attend the great reunion in the better land, not only of ministers and people of our own church, but of those of all nations who have washed their robes and made them white in the blood of the Lamb. Monday morning. Dr. Harris tells me that he has engaged our passage on the steamer Nevada, which will sail Wednesday morning, November 3rd, bound for Liverpool. I shall finish my packing to day in order to have one day of rest before sailing. I have not yet seen Miss Thoburn, my travelling companion. She was expected on Saturday and is probably at some hotel in the city or with friends. I may not have time to write more than one letter Wednesday morning, and as I promised to write to Dr. Green, that letter will be for all of you. Liverpool, England, November 17th. Here I am safely landed in Liverpool, as well and happy as can be expected after a 12 days' rocking and rolling on the ever restless ocean. The weather was fine all the way and our gallant ship did its part nobly. Miss Thoburn and I had a pleasant stateroom with 2 berths, and everything provided for our comfort. We left New York at 2:30 in the afternoon, and after we had lost sight of the city we went down to our room to make all necessary arrangements, intending to go on deck again and stay until we were out of sight of land, but this pleasure was denied us. We had not been on deck long before we were glad to hurry back to our room and make ourselves as comfortable as circumstances would permit. There is no sickness to be compared to seasickness. I will not try to describe it. Experience only can make one understand and appreciate it in all its phases. The captain was disgusted with us. He said if the voyage were 2 or 3 days longer he should be tempted to throw us overboard, that he seldom had such a smooth and beautiful voyage and he did not see how any one could be seasick. We were on deck every day but 2, going up early in the morning with our pillows and blankets and staying all day. Our meals were brought up to us, and the captain was very kind and tried to tempt us with a variety of food. We found some very pleasant people among the passengers. Rev. Dr. Smith and wife of Chicago, editor of the Baptist Standard, Dr. Reed and daughter of New York, and Dr. Newton of Brooklyn, one of the physicians in charge of the eye infirmary. He and his wife were going to Europe on their wedding tour. I found that Mrs. Newton was educated at the seminary in Canandaigua and was acquainted with many of my old friends. We had a very pleasant time talking about people, as Cousin Louis says. When we arrived in Liverpool these friends asked us to go to the hotel with them, which we were very glad to do, as we found no one at the dock to meet us as we had expected. We arrived on Sunday and the gentleman who had been requested to meet us did not receive the letter until Monday, so we were obliged to attend to our baggage ourselves. I had my 2 trunks and 6 boxes to look after, and the thought of having them all opened and examined was not pleasant, but the custom house officer accepted my statement as to the contents of my trunks, and after looking over my lists passed them without giving us much trouble. We had not been long at the hotel when Mrs. Kelly, sister to Mrs. Butler of America, called and invited us to her home to remain until the time of our sailing, and we are now in her delightful home. 17th. This morning we received information that no steamer on which we could obtain passage to Alexandria would leave here for at least 10 days, so our stay in England will be thus prolonged. We have decided to go to London tomorrow and spend a few days in seeing the sights of that great metropolis. London, November 18th. How little did we think 1 year ago that this date would find me in this great city. We arrived at 2:30 this afternoon and found Dr. and Mrs. Smith, our steamer friends, pleasantly situated in a private boarding house where they had also secured rooms for us. They invited us to share their sitting room and order our dinner with theirs, and we already begin to feel quite at home. 19th. We were delighted with our journey yesterday. The farming country is beautiful. The farms look like finely cultivated gardens bordered with well-kept hedges, and occasionally we caught a glimpse of a large house surrounded with trees and flowers, which looked like a home of wealth and comfort. We began our sightseeing this morning, making our first visit to the Tower, where we spent 2 or 3 hours among the relics of the past. We were admitted to 3 of the towers and were shown the place where Lady Jane Grey was executed. While there a company of Highlanders came near and played a mournful dirge upon their bagpipes, so weird that it was almost painful. The Jewel Tower and St. John's Chapel each had interest for us. Leaving the Tower, we drove to the museum and spent the rest of the day there, where we saw so much to interest us that we were filled with regret that our time was so limited. 20th. Today we visited the Houses of Parliament. The buildings are rich and massive and there was much to admire. You have, no doubt, read much better descriptions of the notable places in London than I can give you. This afternoon we have been to City Road Chapel, where Mr. Wesley saw so many of those to whom he preached brought to Christ. Everything about the place is held sacred. The same pulpit is there which he used and it stands in the same place, but I believe it has been lowered a little. Do you know that Dr. Goodfellow, a returned missionary who spoke at our farewell meeting, presented me with a frame made from the wood of this pulpit? Dr. Durbin's picture was to have been put in the frame but it was not finished, so it will be sent to me. Standing by the graves of Wesley, Bunyan, Dr. Watts, Adam Clarke and others, I felt like renewing my consecration and asking God to give me that love for His cause, that spirit of self-denial which caused Wesley to give up all that was dear to him for Christ's sake. How God blessed the labors of those earnest workers and gave them souls for their hire! And how much better the world is today because they lived and labored for the salvation of souls. 22nd. I have about come to the conclusion that it is quite impossible to go out sightseeing all day and try to write my journal letter in the evening. I am so tired to-night that I can scarcely think. We expected to attend Mr. Spurgeon's church yesterday morning, but hearing that he was quite ill at his home, we went to Westminster Abbey where we listened to a fine sermon from Dean Stanley, and in the afternoon at St. James' Hall we heard Newman Hall. His subject was repentance, and he made a most earnest appeal to the unconverted and to those who had grown weary in the work for Christ. The evening found us at City Road Chapel, where we also heard an excellent sermon. 23rd. To-day we visited the Crystal Palace, a charming place made beautiful with plants and flowers surpassing in color and variety any collection I have ever seen. It would seem easy to be good in the midst of such surroundings. A few hours' stay among the tombs of England's kings, poets and historians, and a walk through the old cloisters where the monks used to walk and repeat their prayers, ended our sightseeing. These cloisters are all that remain of the old abbey. We returned to our rooms with grateful hearts for this unexpected and delightful visit to London. Liverpool, November 26th. We returned to Liverpool Wednesday evening and are again guests in Mrs. Kelly's pleasant home. We have been down to see the steamer on which our passage is engaged and find that it is a small coal steamer with only one cabin for ladies, in which are 4 berths. Everything looks clean and comfortable. We have each purchased a steamer chair, rug and a few other things for our comfort on the voyage. We were told that the steamer would sail on Saturday and that it would take 17 days to reach Alexandria. Only one lady besides ourselves has engaged passage. Mrs. Kelly and her family have made our visit so pleasant that it seems almost like leaving home again. Saturday, 27th. Mrs. Kelly's son accompanied us to the steamer this morning. The officers are very kind and gentlemanly. There is no stewardess or doctor. A few gentlemen have come on board, among them a young clergyman of the Church of England, who is going to India to officiate as chaplain in an up-country station. He was accompanied by an elderly gentleman who seemed rather anxious about him and asked us to pay him some attention in a friendly way. The lady who was to share our cabin has given up her passage. Mediterranean Sea, December 10th. This is the first time I have taken up my pen since we left Liverpool. Contrary to our expectations, our steamer did not sail until Monday, the 28th, so we went on shore on Sunday and attended church. We have had a rough voyage so far, but today the sea is more quiet and we are feeling better. In the Bay of Biscay the waves washed over the deck and broke the skylight in so that the water poured into our cabin and we were deluged. Fortunately the things that we had taken out of our trunks for daily use had been placed in the vacant berths, so they escaped a wetting, but whatever was on the floor was thoroughly soaked. Our small ship rolled and tumbled but proved victorious over the great waves. To day we are gliding smoothly along and are really enjoying the sea. We caught a glimpse of the snowy tops of mountains on the Spanish coast, and on the 7th we passed Gibraltar, the Lion of the Mediterranean. 15th. We have seen such lovely sunsets of late. Miss Thoburn says they are worth our long journey. Seeing them gives us such pleasure. Early this morning we steamed into the harbour of Malta, and as soon as the ladder was lowered over the side of the steamer, men rushed up on deck to show their wares. There were various kinds of merchandise, beautiful Maltese and Italian laces, and the most exquisite jewelry. We looked longingly toward the town and wondered if it would be safe for us to go on shore, and presently the captain came up and assured us that we would have nothing to fear. He engaged a boat and helped us down the shaky ladder and wished us a pleasant time. We were met at the landing by an official guide who took us up a street which was all stairs with houses on each side. All the supplies for the people on these hilly streets are carried up by hand. The streets were full of beggars who caused us much annoyance until the guide drove them away. We visited St. John's Cathedral, the government buildings, the armory and the palace gardens. Oleanders, poinsettias and geraniums grow here very luxuriantly and are like small trees. The making of lace and jewelry are the chief industries. Alexandria, November 21st. We left Malta on the evening of the 15th and arrived here early this morning. As we have some hours to spare, we are going for a drive through the city. One of our steamer friends invited us to drive, and we went quite a distance to see Pompey's Pillar and the obelisk, called Cleopatra's Needle, so the time has passed quite pleasantly while we are waiting for the train for Suez. Steamer Krishna, Red Sea, December 25th. While you are, I trust, sweetly sleeping, we are floating down the Red Sea beneath a scorching sun, fanned by Arabian breezes. I cannot realize that this hot day is Christmas. It seems too hot for the 4th of July even. We left Alexandria on the 21st and crossed the country by rail to Suez. You will see on the map the part of the country of Egypt through which we passed. We crossed 3 of the branches of the Nile. The soil is very fertile and well cultivated, though the farming is done in a very crude and ancient style. We saw men ploughing with a long stick for a plough, and a cow and a camel yoked together. The people are very poor and miserable, living in little huts of stone or mud. We are told that they raise large crops, but they are obliged to pay such heavy taxes that it keeps them very poor. We saw large cotton and wheat fields, and palm and orange groves loaded with ripe fruit which looked very tempting. We arrived at Suez at 7 o'clock in the evening and were immediately surrounded by a crowd of Arabs, all anxious to get hold of our luggage. The gentlemen in our company were obliged to attend to their own business, and we stood among this crowd for nearly an hour trying to hinder them from taking our parcels. One of the gentlemen came to our relief as soon as he could adjust his own affairs and took us to an English hotel where we met 2 young ladies who were sent out as missionaries to India by the United Presbyterian Board. There were 4 of them who left New York the Saturday before we sailed, 2 of whom were appointed to Egypt. These ladies had just come from Cairo in company with Reverend Mr. Ewing, who lives there. He was the first American gentleman we had met since leaving England, and we soon made his acquaintance and were proud to introduce him to the English gentlemen of our company. Mr. E. seemed pleased to see us and regretted that we could not visit Cairo. We Americans had supper by ourselves and after supper Mr. E. proposed that we charter a boat and go down the Suez Canal which opens into the bay about 2 miles from the city. It was nearly 9 o'clock when we started. The evening was delightful and so light that we could almost see to read. Mr. E. and our English friends discussed the question whether the canal would be a success or not, and the former gentleman was very sure it would be, while the others shook their heads doubtfully. We saw some of the machinery which had been used in digging the canal. It is very quiet along the shores now. The houses which had been occupied by workmen are vacant and everything is at a standstill. The company has used all its money and nothing can be done until another appropriation is made. It is a grand work and has already given employment to hundreds of poor natives. I believe that the building of railroads and canals and manufacturing establishments will do much to aid civilization. The country is overflowing with people who are lazy and indolent and who will lie or steal to get a mere subsistence, while some would work if they could get employment and were encouraged and taught. I cannot help thinking that good practical business men who can teach these people would be most successful. To us the great want in Egypt seemed to be something for the people to do, and we thought the same in Malta. We reached the canal and after sailing down it a short distance pronounced it a success and all joined in 3 cheers. I wish I could describe to you the beauty of the scene as we sat in our boat just at the entrance to the canal. The water was calm and as smooth as glass, not a wave or ripple except what was caused by the slight motion of our boat. At our right we could see in the distance the lofty barren mountains and the valley where it is said the children of Israel camped before crossing the Red Sea. The sight of the mountains suggested many thoughts and reminded us of their historical relation. After seeing something of the country and the customs of the people we could imagine, in a slight degree, the appearance of such a multitude in their camp, and we fancied we could see the women with their kneading troughs and cooking utensils upon their shoulders. The women still carry the burdens. We see them in the fields watching the cattle and the herds of sheep. It was 2 o'clock when we returned to the hotel. Mr. E. left for Cairo in the morning and we came on board the steamer Krishna. Here we found Mr. Ballantyne and wife, the cousin of Miss D., whom she told me about just before I left home. Mr. B. goes to Bombay to engage in the cotton trade and his wife is anxious to take up missionary work. They are both young and very pleasant and companionable. There is also a missionary and his family returning to India from Scotland. He is employed by the American Board and has been in India 18 years. He gives us many words of encouragement. I cannot tell you how glad we are to meet so many good people. Our company numbers 8 and we have one end of the table to ourselves which is very desirable. The rest of the passengers are English, most of them officers and their wives. We have had the Christmas service read and no doubt we shall have a sumptuous dinner. It is so warm I must put this away for the present. End of Foreword and Chapter 1. Recording by Shena Sayre, Fresno, California. Chapter 2 of A Glimpse of India from the Letters of Dr. Clara A. Swain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2 Arrival in India. Bareilly, India, January 25, 1870. My dear Sister: When I laid my letter aside on Christmas Day I did not think that so many weeks would pass before I should be able to write again. The latter part of our voyage was very rough and I was too sick to write, and I had 5 sick ones to look after besides myself, as there was no stewardess or ship doctor. I cannot bear to think of the sea, it treated me so badly. We were met at Bombay by Rev. Mr. Bowen, a missionary who took us to lunch and arranged for our journey up country. We were detained at Nagpur over a week waiting for our trunks. Mr. Thoburn, who met us there, was obliged to leave us in order to reach Bareilly in time for the conference. Our trunks came at last and we left Nagpur on the evening of the 17th of January in one of those delightful dak garis which Mr. Coffin describes so perfectly in his book A New Way Around the World. We appreciated his experience more fully when one of the horses lay down in the road and the men tried for an hour to get it up. When they succeeded they left us alone in the conveyance while they went back 3 miles for another pair of horses. All around us in the jungles we could see fires built by the natives to keep tigers away from their huts. We made ourselves as comfortable as possible with blankets and shawls, closed the doors of the conveyance and lay down for a nap, weary and I fear a little discouraged, but sleep came to our relief and when we awakened the men had returned with fresh horses and were hard at work trying to make them go. We reached the Government Rest House at Jabalpur toward night the next day, just in time to miss the train. Fearing this might happen, Mr. Thoburn had made arrangements with a European family to entertain us and we were cordially welcomed in their home. As there was no train we could take until the next day, we had time to rest and visit the city. Many of the wealthy business men live on the main street. The houses are gorgeous, some of them 2 stories high, painted with a great variety of colors and ornamented with pictures of idols and temples, and queer-looking animals. The merchants and grain sellers do all their business out on the verandas in front of their buildings. They keep their goods piled up on the veranda and sit by them waiting for customers. We passed several shops where men were making ornaments for the nose, ears, ankles and toes. They would hardly be called jewelry as they are made of various materials, some of silver, some of lead and some of a very thin material of different colors which looked like glass. The leaden rings for the ankles were very heavy. It would be hard for some of us to raise our feet with such a weight attached to them. In addition to these anklets the women wear an ornament on the big toe which looks as if it might be painful. We saw men beating brass and making it into plates and drinking vessels, and others making brown earthen vessels to hold water. Their methods of manufacture are very simple as well as their way of living. We travelled by rail to Cawnpore, which is 180 miles from Bareilly. Here we left the cars and took a dak gari again, but I am happy to say that the horses were more civilized and seemed to know their duty, and 2 or 3 men could make them start. But we had a great difficulty in getting anything to eat, for there was only one rest house on this route and it was almost impossible to make the men understand what we wanted. However, by pointing and making various signs we succeeded in getting some tea and the bread used by the natives. It was 6 o'clock in the morning and we had a hard day's travel before us and we wanted some food to take with us but did not succeed in getting any, so we were obliged to fast until we reached Bareilly. When we arrived at the river Ganges we left the gari and were carried across the river in small doolies carried on men's shoulders. The bridge of boats seemed rather unstable but we were taken safely over and were not sorry to find gharries ready for us. We saw men and women bathing in this, their sacred river, and met many more on their way to it. Many things that we saw on our way up country touched our hearts and led us to pray earnestly that God would make us useful to these people in teaching them of the true God and how to lead better lives. We reached Bareilly about 5 o'clock in the morning, January 20th, and were warmly welcomed by the missionaries, by whom we were to be entertained, and after a refreshing bath, a few hours' rest, and a comfortable meal we were ready to meet those who had been anxious for our arrival. The annual conference was in session and all the missionaries of our church in India were in Bareilly with their families, and we were soon introduced to them by our hostess. The women shook hands with us and kissed us and all seemed to talk at once. As soon as I could get a hearing I asked if there were any letters and 5 were brought to me. Life seems different to me already and I appreciate more than ever everything that is good and noble. The words of love and good wishes and the many assurances in my letters that I am faithfully remembered in prayer are a great comfort to me, and now that I have been brought in safety to India where I am to work for the Master, I feel the need of the prayers of my friends more than ever. As I begin to realize what is before me and the expectations of the people concerning my work, my faith and courage almost fail me. January 26, 1870. Conference is over and nearly all of the missionaries have left for their respective stations, all seeming eager to get back to their work. Sunday could hardly be called a day of rest. At 8 o'clock in the morning occurred the Conference Love Feast. All the services were held in the Orphanage schoolroom, which is used as a chapel, and at this early hour the room was full. The testimonies were given in English and in Hindustani, some of the missionaries appearing to use the latter as fluently as the natives themselves. Though we could not understand what was said in the native tongue, the happy faces of the Christians who spoke and of the orphan girls who testified of Christ's love for them and His saving power gave ample evidence that they understood the spirit of Christianity. The singing was all in Hindustani and the hymns were certainly sung with spirit. A hymn book was handed to me, but though I knew the tune the words of the hymn were beyond me. Occasionally there would be short earnest prayers and a few verses of a hymn would be sung to a native tune in a most enthusiastic manner. Truly it was a blessed beginning of the sacred day. 11 o'clock was the hour for the Hindustani preaching service and the chapel was crowded. Bishop Kingsley preached in English, his words being interpreted by one of the missionaries. We could understand every word of this simple but excellent sermon. Then followed the communion service and after that the native Sunday school. The opening exercises were conducted in the chapel. Then the classes retired to the small rooms, coming together again at the closing hour. There was a special service in the afternoon for the older girls of the Orphanage, which I did not attend, as I wanted to rest a little before the evening service. This was an English service and besides the missionaries quite a number of the English residents of Bareilly were present, notice having been sent around the station that Bishop Kingsley would preach. Weariness was forgotten as we listened to the forceful, eloquent sermon, uplifting in its simplicity, convincing in its earnestness. I could have listened for a much longer time. A light supper was served at 6:30 and then occurred the social missionary service of prayer and praise, just the family of our Father's children talking together of His loving dealings with them and of the sweetness of His presence and His care over them through the year just past. I did not wonder that it was hard to close such a meeting, though the hour was late. Conference week is the only time in the year when the missionaries are likely to meet one another. Some live in isolated stations where there are few or no Europeans, and even if there are European residents, the missionaries are so occupied with their own work that there is not much time for social life. So these annual gatherings are precious privileges in more senses than one. We enjoyed the conference sessions very much. We were formally introduced at the Monday morning session, and as the bishop gave us the hand of welcome the conference rose to greet us. We were asked if we would say a few words, but we did not detain the conference long with our speeches. The missionary ladies met every afternoon to talk over their work and to estimate for the work of the coming year, and these meetings were preceded by a delightful prayer service which was, indeed, a time of refreshing. The conference adjourned on Tuesday and Miss Thoburn and I received our appointments. Miss Thoburn to educational work in Lucknow and I to medical work in Bareilly. It would have been pleasant for us to be in one station, but the needs of the work had to be considered. My medical work really began the day of my arrival. When I came out of my room in the morning I found a company of native Christian women and girls eagerly awaiting the appearance of the doctor Miss Sahiba, and with the aid of a good missionary sister I was able to understand their words of welcome and find out what I could do to help them. As I had no medicines with me I procured a few simple remedies for their ailments from Mrs. Thomas, who has quite a little dispensary, for she has been obliged to care for the sick in the mission compounds and the Christian village as well as the girls in the orphanage. I had 14 patients that first day. February 5th. My dear M : This is my third Sabbath in Bareilly. The first Sabbath Bishop Kingsley, who was here for the conference, ordained 6 native preachers. The service was very impressive. We were told that some of these men were obliged to give up their wives and children and all their friends when they became Christians, as then they break their caste, and it frequently happens that a woman will turn against her husband or son when they change their religion. Last Sabbath we had services in Hindustani. Most of the congregation were natives and they all sat on the floor in the chapel and listened with great attention. The Sunday school exercises lasted until noon and there was preaching at 4 o'clock. This is the regular order of exercises through the year. I have just returned from Sunday school and am glad to say that I have a class. A few of the older girls in the orphanage understand English and Mrs. Thomas has given them to me to be taught. I understand scarcely a word of the church services, so this Sunday class is quite a boon to me. I cannot say that I am disappointed in India. I find it much as I expected, except that the country is more beautiful. I have a pleasant home here and find things very comfortable. Mrs. T says that a number of girls are ready for my medical class and I am anxious to begin with them but may be obliged to wait some time yet for my boxes of books and charts. It takes a long time to get things up from Bombay. I can scarcely realize that the ground is covered with snow at home while it is so warm and delightful here. The peach trees are in bloom and so are the strawberry vines and the mango trees. Just now we have guavas, oranges, limes and the fruit called pomelo, which resembles an orange and looks like a pumpkin growing on a tree. This is the season for vegetables and we are having peas, string beans, lettuce, cabbage and beets. Rice is much used here and we have it cooked in a variety of appetizing ways. The mutton is good and we have beef, fowls and fish occasionally. Mr. T keeps cows, so we have milk for our tea and coffee, and the cook makes a fresh pat of butter every morning. The cows in India give very little milk. Some people keep goats and buffaloes. The latter give much more milk than cows and their milk is rich in butter. The two mission houses and grounds are very pretty and pleasant. The houses are 1 story high, built chiefly of sun-dried brick, plastered over and whitewashed, and have tiled roofs. They have wide verandas which add to the beauty and comfort of the house. Very little wood is used in building. The floors are brick and are covered with coarse matting over which are cotton floor cloths stamped in neat patterns. There is a fireplace in my room and on the mantelpiece stands my favorite vase filled with beautiful roses and sweet jasmine. The gardener brings me fresh flowers every other morning. Tuesday, 7th. It is near sunset and as I look out through my open door I see dark-faced men dressed in white and different colors going home from their daily work, some on foot and some in small conveyances drawn by a pony or a more pretentious one drawn by a pair of trotting bullocks. The wealthier natives are usually carried in palanquins or in doolies on men's shoulders. There is a great variety of vehicles, all strange to a foreign eye. Elephants are used considerably for riding and camels for carrying burdens. We see them passing every day. Quite a number of native gentlemen have called to pay their respects, as they say. Some of them have told me that they appreciate my having left my native land and all my friends to come here to care for their women who can never see a physician of the other sex. I have had several invitations to visit some of their houses. One day I was asked to see a sick person in the home of one of the richest natives in the city, and when I came away the gentleman of the house handed me a gold piece worth $8. The news had quickly spread abroad that a lady doctor had come from America to treat the sick and that she would visit them in their homes, or any sick ones might come to the mission house where they would receive attention and get medicine free of charge, and men, women and children came, with ailments real and ailments fancied, coughs and fevers being the chief troubles. When I go to the city Mrs. Thomas or a native Christian woman who understands English accompanies me to act as interpreter. One of my first visits was to the house of a Hindu gentleman who had been among the first to call and pay his respects to me. His family consisted of a wife and one child, a boy 6 years old, the pride of his parents and the joy of the household. The servants were always ready to do what he asked and his every wish was gratified. We were cordially received and after the usual ceremony of offering pan or betel leaf and various sweetmeats which etiquette required us to taste, I turned my attention to my patient, whose illness proved to be the result of a long-standing disease which in due time would yield to proper medical and hygienic treatment. She seemed quite happy at the thought of being well again some time, and both she and her husband assured me that my directions in regard to diet and the taking of the medicine regularly should be carefully observed. I was much interested in the appearance of this native lady. She was shy and modest, richly dressed and seemed quite intelligent. She had always lived in seclusion, knowing almost nothing of life outside her own home. She asked many questions about our dress, our customs and our religious faith. Her husband has an office under government and is much more liberal in his views than are most Brahmans. He is teaching his wife to read and said he would like her to learn needlework if we could send some one to teach her, which we will gladly do. You may like a description of this native house. On entering we passed through a small apartment used as a stable for the horse and cows, and through a doorway which led from this into a square open court on two sides of which were open verandas with sleeping rooms back of them. One of these verandas with its apartments seemed to be occupied by the servants, and the other served as the sitting and dining room of the family. A thick cotton rug lay on the floor and there were two small mats, three chairs and a small table. The gentleman received us and asked us to be seated, and he then brought his wife and introduced her, telling her to shake hands with us, and bringing forward a chair motioned to her to be seated. It is, I believe, unusual for a native woman to sit on a chair in the presence of her husband, this honor being accorded only to the mother of sons. In this case it showed a happy relation existing between husband and wife, for the woman sat with uncovered face and showed no embarrassment even in the company of strangers. We have visited other zananas and are invariably offered pan, which I must describe to you. A betel leaf, which is pungent in itself, is washed and on it is laid a little tobacco, a morsel of lime, some broken bits of the betel or areca nut, some cardamoms, and one or two other aromatic spices, and then the leaf is folded over into a three-cornered shape and fastened together with a small thorn. It makes quite a mouthful. Pan is used by all classes of natives and by all ages as a digestive after meals. The chewing of it gives a very unpleasant red color to the mouth and lips, but that does not detract from the pleasure enjoyed by the user. It is always offered to visitors and we accept it, but take it away with us and find a way to dispose of it. End of chapter 2. Recording by Shena Ser, Fresno, California. Chapter 3 of A Glimpse of India. From the Letters of Dr. Clara A. Swain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. A Favorable Introduction. February 18, 1870. My dear Sister, I enjoy my visits to the Orphanage and am never happier than when surrounded by the little brown faces. I enclose the picture of a little orphan who has lately come and is waiting for someone to adopt her. She is a bright little thing and is beginning to learn to adapt herself to school life. This famine has brought in a great many homeless waifs. The expense of supporting a girl in the orphanage is $30 a year, and she remains here until she is capable of becoming a teacher or Bible reader or she marries. The girls are taught to work and make themselves useful as well as to study. Much attention is given to Bible study, and it is pleasant to see what interest even the little ones take in it and how quickly they memorize. I think if some of our good people at home could see these little destitute ones, it would not be long before they would all be adopted by patrons in America. The children gather around me and kiss my hand and get hold of my dress as if they feared that I would leave them. They are very loving and affectionate. Every morning a little company of them, in charge of a teacher or an older girl, come to my room for medicine, some with sore eyes, some with a touch of fever or a cold, some with a cough or sore throat. All these little ailments are attended to, but the little ones are in no hurry to leave, and they frequently have something to tell which amuses and interests me. February 20th. My boxes containing my library, medicines, charts, and skeleton have arrived. They were 6 weeks coming from Bombay by train and by ox cart. It seems like a fresh breeze from home to see and open them. My trunk, which a gentleman mistook for his, was sent off to some place in the Punjab, but it has been returned to Bareilly, so I have now all my belongings and shall soon begin my class work. There are 14 girls in the Orphanage whom Mrs. Thomas has taken great pains to teach both in English and Hindustani, with a view to their studying medicine should the mission succeed in securing someone from America to instruct them. There are 3 married women who were taught in the Orphanage who wish to join the class, so I shall have 17 pupils. 25th. I have had a number of patients from the city and a few from the Christian village across the way this morning, and I was asked to go over to the village to see a woman who was not able to come to the bungalow. I found her lying upon her cot, a string bed without either mat or sheet under her. On the mud floor beneath the bed were some coals and hot ashes to keep her warm. Not a bad idea for such a chilly morning, especially when one is suffering from a malarial chill. It is interesting to see how these people make the best of their limited means and yet are comparatively comfortable. A string bed, a drinking vessel, a large brass plate, an iron plate on which they bake their unleavened cakes, and the vessel in which they cook their rice or vegetables often comprise the whole of their earthly possessions. You can see how much less trouble it is to them to move from one place to another than for us. They bundle their goods together, put them on the bed, and the man or woman carries the load off on his or her head while the family follow on behind. I often meet such a procession when I am on my way to the city. I am learning a little every day of the language and customs of the people, and the more I learn and mingle with them the more I see of the difficulties I have to cope with. March 6th. On the first of this month I began my medical class with 14 girls from the Orphanage and 3 married women. 2 or 3 of the girls understand English very well, so that one interprets for me as I give the lessons in my own language. At present we take anatomy, physiology, and materia medica. We meet every morning at 6 o'clock in one of the classrooms of the Orphanage School building and spend from 1 to 2 hours on the lesson. The skeleton which, you remember, astonished the Liverpool Custom House officer so much when he opened the box, hangs near me. One of the girls, when she first saw the skeleton, exclaimed, "Oh, Miss Sahiba, how will this woman rise in the resurrection with her flesh in America and her bones in India?" I leave you to answer this question in your next letter. 2 of the class are appointed each week to look after the sick girls in the Orphanage and to accompany me when I go to the city and to the Christian village. Some of them are very capable and will, I trust, in time make very clever doctors. Others will make good nurses and more careful mothers for having the knowledge gained here. 10th. Just in front of the mission bungalow is a pretty little summer house, in shape like the temple of Jupiter in Rome, but of more perishable material, covered with trailing vines. We take our early breakfast, a cup of tea and slice of toast, here every morning before going to our work. This is a necessity as we have a late breakfast after the morning work is over. It was cool and pleasant this morning, and after teaching my class and attending to the patients who had come to the bungalow, I drove to the city to visit some patients in their homes. Mrs. Thomas and one of my class girls went with me. After driving quite a distance through the main bazaar, we turned into a narrow crooked street and came to the house where my patient lives. It is not to be wondered at that there should be sickness in such unsanitary surroundings. The woman is very ill and I fear will not recover. She is young and has one child, a boy about 3 years old. Her willingness to submit to treatment and take the medicines prescribed for her makes her case a more hopeful one than many that come under my care. Although a shut-in, she appears to be more intelligent than many of her class. Our next visit was to a high caste Hindu family consisting of a man and his wife and 5 married sons. The mother is a chronic invalid. I fancy she has enough to do in trying to keep her 5 daughters-in-law in submission, for they all seem to have ideas of their own. Each of them has her separate apartments and cooks for herself and husband. There are no children in either of these young families. We have made several visits to this house and the mother has taken quite a fancy to me, so much so that her sympathies are really touched because I have no husband. To day she asked me if I would marry a Hindu gentleman, and said if I would she would find a husband for me. She says that I am not bad looking and she cannot see why I did not marry in my own country. My answer was not a satisfactory one to her and she continued to wonder. Some of the young women are learning to read and to sing our hymns, but the mother is not willing that we should teach anything that would disturb their faith or hers. She is a very bigoted Hindu and her rule is paramount in the home. Notwithstanding her severity, she has some admirable qualities and her sons show her much respect. On our way home we were called into a house to see a young Mohammedan woman who had been growing deaf gradually for some time. On questioning her I found that she had a very severe attack of earache about a year ago and that she had at that time applied some medicine on cotton to both ears. Examination of the ears showed a little ball of cotton encrusted with wax against the drum of each ear, so that sound was perfectly obstructed. These were soon removed and a more grateful woman it would be difficult to find. She insisted on our taking pan and sweetmeats, this being all she could offer as she is a poor woman. We reached home quite ready for our 11 o'clock breakfast. A great sorrow has come to us. Mr. and Mrs. Scott and their 2 little girls were camping out in the district when Elma, the eldest, about 4 years old, was taken suddenly ill with diphtheria. They brought her into Bareilly at once and everything possible was done to relieve her, but medicine seemed to have no effect and she passed away after a few hours. Her death is a great grief to the parents and to us all. Little Ali is scarcely old enough to realize her loss, only as she misses her playmate. This is the first one among my patients whom I have not been able to benefit. April 18th. Since I wrote you last, Bareilly has been honored with a visit from the Lieutenant Governor of the Northwest Provinces, Sir William Muir, who, with Lady Muir, was on his way to Naini Tal, which is the seat of government for these provinces during the hot season. The Governor held a durbar or reception for the native chiefs of the Rohilkhand district and Lady Muir invited Mrs. Thomas and me to be present and sit with her on the dais, thinking that it would be a fine opportunity for me to be made known to the elite of the district, as all the government officials, native as well as European, were present. It was a pretty sight to look upon. The fine-looking Mohammedan and Hindu gentlemen were attired in gold-embroidered robes of satin or velvet, royal purple, bright blue, green, and even scarlet, making a brilliant display, while the delicate colours of their turbans added a touch of daintiness to the costumes. Each was presented in turn to the governor, who made a pleasant remark as he received their salutation, and then followed his official address. in the course of which he said that the women of Bareilly and the adjoining towns in their time of need would now have the advantage of a physician who could enter their homes, which up to this time had been closed to the medical profession of the other sex. Then turning toward me he mentioned my name and said that he hoped that when the women and children in the families of the gentlemen now before him needed medical attention they would not fail to call in the lady doctor. The Nawab of Rampore, a Mohammedan, had come to Bareilly to meet the Lieutenant Governor. He arrived in a golden carriage drawn by fine horses, with outriders, followed by a retinue of horsemen, state officials and servants, the whole making a brilliant royal procession. The next day Sir William visited the native college and addressed the students, and we were also invited to attend on this occasion. The address was in Hindustani, and I did not understand it only as Mrs. Thomas occasionally interpreted a sentence to me. In the afternoon Sir William and the Nawab of Rampore with his staff visited the girls' orphanage. The Nawab seemed pleased with what he saw and heard, especially with the intelligent replies of the medical class as I questioned them on the bones and muscles of the human body. He said he did not know that girls could learn so much. When he returned to his tent he sent 1,000 rupees as a present for the orphanage. Lady Muir called on us at the bungalow and invited Mrs. Thomas and me to accompany her to the city to visit a widowed Rani. The Rani told us that she had just returned from a pilgrimage to Benares, the sacred city of the Hindus. She is very devout in her way. She treated us with much respect, and as we were leaving a large brass tray of gold and silver coin was presented to us, which offering we were expected simply to touch as we made our salam. On the floor near by where we sat were trays of fresh fruit, peaches, figs, melons and other fruits, and at evening these were sent to our bungalow as a mark of respect. We afterward visited the house of a wealthy Mohammedan gentleman, where we found 250 women and children, 50 of whom belonged to his household; the rest were pupils of the Mohammedan schools of the city who had been gathered here to be examined by Lady Muir. We heard some of them read, and Lady Muir questioned them a little and then distributed some gifts and gave them a nice little talk. Both Sir William and Lady Muir are so thoroughly good and just toward all classes that their words are considered almost sacred. It will be a great help to my work among native families to have been introduced by them in this way. I must not omit to say that these schools in the city were all organized by this Mohammedan gentleman, who is Deputy Commissioner of the Bareilly district. 21st. The heat is intense and we can only go out morning and evening unless really obliged to. This has been my lot a few times of late. I have had a serious case which has caused me great anxiety for several days. The patient is the wife of our Bengali preacher, who also teaches in the mission school. She is only 18 years of age, one of the loveliest women I have ever met. The day after the birth of her child she was taken with fever which continued for 5 days and seemed beyond control. I worked over her faithfully and today she is more comfortable and I think she will recover. I dare not leave her to a native nurse, so I take the whole care of her myself, except such little attention as her husband can give while I am visiting other patients. Calls for medical attention increase in number daily, and nearly every day I go to the city both morning and evening. I visit regularly in 15 different zananas. It is a trial to me not to be able to talk with the women instead of speaking through an interpreter. I suppose in a way this first year will be my hardest year in India. I have to study the diseases peculiar to the climate and country and their treatment, keeping in mind the mode of life of the people, which is not always favorable to the recovery of a patient. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Shenna Sayre, Fresno, California. Chapter 4. Of a Glimpse of India. From the Letters of Dr. Clara A. Swain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. First Hot Season. Bareilly, April 25, 1870. My dear Sister: The hot season began about the first of this month and is now well upon us. The hot winds blow from about 10 o'clock in the forenoon till 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it is very unpleasant to be out of doors during this time, but with the arrangements we have for cooling the house, the wind proves a wonderful help. Fragrant grass mats are fitted into the open doors on the side from which the wind comes, and these are kept wet, so that the wind blowing through them cools the atmosphere and seems like a fresh mountain breeze, and with the punkhas or fans swinging over us from the ceiling we are made quite comfortable. All our work is done in the early morning, of course, and after breakfast we slip on our dressing gowns and rest for an hour, then write letters, and I take this time to prepare my lesson for the medical class which I organized soon after my boxes arrived. Even these hot days are not quite long enough for all that I plan to accomplish. Interruptions come frequently, for the native people do not mind the heat as we do, and they think of something they wish to consult us about, or someone is taken sick suddenly and their quiet is broken in upon. Yesterday a woman was led into my room by her ayah. She had ophthalmia and both her eyes were so badly swollen that she could not open them. After 2 hours' treatment I sent her home rejoicing, both eyes open and the pain nearly gone. This is the month for cholera, smallpox, ophthalmia and other eye troubles occasioned by dust and the heat and glare, and I have many patients to attend to. In the evening I go to the city when needed, or take a drive with Mrs. Thomas through cantonments and out into the country. These drives are very refreshing and just what we need after being shut in for so many hours. In America we would prefer a brisk walk, but in this climate one cannot walk far without getting very tired. My walking is done in the early morning as I go among the sick in the compound and the Christian village. A number of patients came to the bungalow this morning, and it was very late before I got through with them all and with my class, which takes nearly 2 hours as I teach the lesson through an interpreter. The doubt entertained by some whether native women would come to the mission house for medical aid is entirely removed. They seem glad to come, not only those of the poorer and middle classes, but some from the most respectable and high caste families have come to us. We greatly need a hospital, and I scarcely know how to get along without one. If our work continues to increase we could care for many more if we had a suitable place for patients to remain with us, and it would also save much of our time and strength. Hospitals, especially for women and children, are much needed in India, and if properly conducted might do much for their social and religious improvement as well as for the relief of their physical suffering. In talking with a native gentleman a few days ago, he remarked, "Such homes for the sick are just what we need. Native ladies would not hesitate to go to a hospital superintended by a lady physician, and I am anxious that the first one should be in Bareilly." Was not this encouraging? May 8th. We have just received the sad and startling news of Bishop Kingsley's death at Beirut of heart trouble. The date of his death was not mentioned but it was probably more than 6 weeks ago. Dr. Bannister was with him. So much news of this kind has come to us of late that we ask ourselves, who next? Bishop Kingsley's wise and gentle administration at the Conference and his strong and earnest sympathy and valuable counsel endeared him to the missionaries, and his sudden translation has cast a gloom over us all. His great interest in our work led the missionaries to expect much from his report at home of the needs of the mission, but God's ways are higher than our ways and His thoughts than our thoughts. July 20th. The rainy season began about a month ago. The first few showers were very refreshing after so many weeks of intense heat. The scorched brown lawns are now a beautiful green and all nature seems to have sprung suddenly into new life. I have never seen it rain as it does here. It comes in torrents. One day as I was coming home from the city I was caught in a rainstorm and the carriage box was soon filled with water and I found myself in an impromptu foot bath, shoes and stockings as well. It was a warm day, still my wetting resulted in an attack of rheumatism which laid me aside for a time. The rain comes down heavily for a few hours, then the sun shines and it is hot and steamy, just the kind of weather which makes one feel that even a grasshopper is a burden. The rainy season lasts until the end of September, which is considered the most unhealthy month of the season because of decaying vegetation creating malaria. Bareilly is noted for malarial fever. The side streets in the city and many of the native houses are so unsanitary that it is a marvel that any escape fever. Many Europeans, especially the families of government officials, spend the hot and rainy seasons in the mountains. The station looks quite forlorn, so many houses are closed and so few people are out for a drive in the evening. My work goes on as usual. As my practice increases I find my room in the mission house quite too small and inconvenient for the morning clinics, and the homes of the poor where I am called to attend the sick are so utterly destitute of comforts of any kind that what little I can do for them seems of very little use. I long for a clean, comfortable place near me to offer them. Our need of a hospital grows each day more urgent, but where can we purchase suitable grounds on which to build, and will the society furnish the necessary means are questions to be considered. October 28th. My dear Dr. Greene: I must write you a few words this morning to tell you how much I enjoy your letters. Whenever you want to do a real missionary work just write me a good long letter. I never knew the value of letters until I came to India. We are seeing good results from our visits in the zananas. A Bengali woman who has been a patient of mine for some time asked us to bring her a Bible in her own language, and she is so much interested in reading it that she says she does not like to do anything else. The last time we went to see her she whispered to Mrs. Thomas, I like that book so much and I want you to explain it to me and tell me more about your religion. We expect her and her sister-in-law, a widow, to visit us this evening. She sent me word that they would come in a closed carriage at 9 o'clock. I shall send all the men servants away from the house, as these are purdah women and must not be seen outside of their home. We hope and trust that these women are truly seeking the truth. Another patient said to us, " I wish there was only one religion in India, then we could all eat together without breaking our caste. The women often give us food and sweetmeats, but they would not eat a morsel of their own food with us nor allow us to touch one of their dishes or drinking vessels. The Bengali woman who asked for a Bible is intelligent and if she becomes a Christian she will be capable of doing something for others, but there are many who do not quickly comprehend our teaching and others are indifferent. If you were to look into my room you would see the tiniest baby on my lounge which I have had here for a week. It was so feeble and puny that I had no hope for its life. The mother was very ill and had no nourishment for it, and we have kept it alive by giving a few drops of milk at a time, and now it really seems that it will live. I promised the mother that I would adopt the baby if she did not get well, but both she and the baby are now in a hopeful condition. I need not tell you how much I want to see you and how many times I wish for you when I return from my sick patients. How it would cheer me to find you in my room waiting to hear the result of my visits and give me some advice. I cannot tell you how hard it is to practice medicine here alone. December 26, 1870. My dear Sister: As the year draws to a close I am interested in looking back over the months of service for the Master, and I feel grateful to God for what has been accomplished. While many have been relieved from suffering, we have the hope that some among our patients have become thoughtful about their eternal interests. I find that in this my first year in India I have visited 70 different families in the city and adjacent villages, with 250 visits in the homes of my patients, besides prescribing for 1,200 and 25 patients at the mission house. In many of the families we have read the Bible and other religious books and have conversed freely with the women, some of whom are learning to read. It has been impossible to give regular instruction in all the zananas where we have been asked to teach as our number of helpers is so limited, so we have followed the plan of reading a portion of scripture and explaining it in the presence of the family of each patient as we had time and opportunity. In this way we have succeeded in interesting the women and opening the way for friendly talk, and inducing some to learn to read and think for themselves. Bareilly, January 8, 1871. My dear Sister: Your letter of June 8th reached me after a 3 months' journey, and the one dated August 28th has come to-day quite unexpectedly, as this is not home mail day. Home letters are very welcome no matter how often they come. I am trying to arrange my work so that I can go to Lucknow to attend the annual conference on the 12th of this month. We are having delightful weather, the roses and other flowers are in full bloom, and the orange and lemon trees are laden with ripe fruit. I have been to the English church this evening and heard an excellent sermon. When I get hungry for a sermon I go there, for our services are all in Hindustani and I do not yet understand that language. Bareilly is a military station with several regiments quartered here, and there are also many civilians, so the chaplain usually has a good congregation. The Reverend William Taylor is now in Lucknow. You have heard of his marvelous success in Australia and Ceylon. He is holding meetings in Lucknow which are well attended by the natives. He preaches through an interpreter and has such a simple way of explaining the Scriptures that the people seem to have little difficulty in comprehending his meaning. There have been several conversions. Mr. Taylor intends to remain in India 2 years preaching in the different stations, so we shall have him here in Bareilly some time. Christmas was a very enjoyable day. We did not have snow for a sleigh ride, but there was keen sharp air and plenty of dust. There was a morning service and then came the festivities. I had a number of presents from my patients, chiefly trays containing nuts, oranges, raisins, pomegranates, native sweetmeats, and trays with boxes of white grapes. The natives do not, of course, observe the day, but they understand that it is a holiday with us. Our servants expect presents from us as much as do children in America, and it is the custom among Europeans in this country to give those who serve them new garments or money to use as they like. There was a Christmas tree in the orphanage schoolroom the evening before, and at 11 o'clock Christmas morning we had Hindustani service for the native Christians, and Christmas cards and little books were given to the Sunday school children. January 20th. Our conference in Lucknow on the 8th was a season of much interest. Miss Thoburn and I had not met during the year and we were glad to be together again. We had a good visit and of course had an experience meeting, telling each other of our trials and troubles just as you and I used to do. We had some pleasant things to rehearse as well. Reverend Mr. Taylor was at the conference and gave several very inspiring sermons. Mrs. Messmore writes me that the work begun by him in Lucknow continues. The conversion of a leader of the Brahmo Somaj has created great excitement among his people. He is an educated man and has great influence among his sect. 6 months ago he secured the closing of all the zananas in Lucknow against the missionaries and now he is the first to open his own to them. The work is chiefly among Eurasians, many of whom are educated and speak both English and Hindustani, which is a great advantage as they do not have to wait to learn the language before they can take up Christian work. February 22nd. Mr. Taylor has spent a week with us and held meetings in the orphanage and the Christian village. Several girls in the orphanage were converted and many members of the native church were greatly blessed under his preaching. He also had meetings in the home of a Eurasian gentleman who with his whole family was converted. Mr. Taylor is a second St. Paul. He says he fully believes in the Pauline method of doing the Lord's work, going from house to house and gathering the family together and talking to them about Jesus, not Christianity, Methodism or any other ism, but just telling them what they must do to be saved. I could not help thinking as I heard him preach and explain the Scriptures what a glorious thing it is to be taught of the Spirit and to be a child of God. His 2 years in India will, no doubt, result in the salvation of many souls. March 17th. My work in the city increases in interest. I notice quite a desire for improvement, many more of the women being anxious to learn to read and sew and some earnestly inquiring about our religion and asking me to explain it to them. We had a very interesting visit yesterday in one of the zananas, where there was a young married woman, a girl about 10 years old, and two quite old women. The young woman had been ill for some time and 2 weeks ago she sent for me. We have become quite well acquainted by this time, and I ventured to ask her about her idols and manner of worship, then I told them about the God we worship. It was good to see how interested the two old women were as my companion explained the way of salvation. One of them said, "You speak good words, just what I have been longing to hear." They seemed quite disappointed when I said to them that I should be away for a short time, but I told them that Mrs. Sheehy, who was with me, would come to see them and would bring books to read to them and would tell them more about our religion. Nearly every day we have some interesting visits. Mrs. Sheehy, who now accompanies me in my visits to the city, is a European woman who was born and educated in India, and she understands the language and customs of the natives. She is an earnest Christian and a true missionary at heart, so my work is much more satisfactory to me since she has been with me. April 30th. It is the custom here for native gentlemen to call on foreigners to pay their respects, and I have had a number of such callers. They do not allow their wives to come to see us for they live in seclusion, but when we go to their houses the gentleman receives us and does the honors. At first the woman sits on a mat in a corner while her husband is with us. She keeps her face covered and seems more like a shy kitten than a human being, but after a few visits she loses some of her shyness and when we are alone sits on a chair or stool and uncovers her face and talks freely with us. I take special pains to tell the husbands about our customs and that I think it is a great pity that they keep their wives and daughters in such ignorance, always shut up in their houses and never allowed to see the beauties of nature. I can see a change in the feelings of some of these men and have persuaded two of them whose wives have been my patients to allow their wives to visit me. The poor things were very uneasy. Everything was so new to them and they were so much afraid that some man would make his appearance. The husbands walked the veranda all the while the women were within, lest some one should come or get a glimpse of the women through the blinds, though they were tightly closed. The women went from one room to another and asked questions like little children about everything they saw. We took great pains to show them our needlework and to explain the pictures and books to them. It is quite an accomplishment to be able to entertain native ladies nicely. Some of them are very simple-hearted and lovely, and one feels like taking them to one's heart as one would a little child. While they have the stature of an adult they really seem like children. June 10th. You will be glad to know that I have an arrangement which makes my work a little easier because I can have some of my cases which need special supervision near me. There is a small house in the compound which was built some years ago for the native pastor but which has not been occupied of late, and Mr. Thomas has had it put in good order and has placed it at my disposal to use for patients who are brought to me from out stations. There are 3 rooms in it which will serve our purpose nicely. And who should come this morning to occupy the first room but Abraham and Sarah. Abraham is a converted Jew, a merchant who on one of his trips from Damascus heard the gospel preached in India and accepted Christianity. Sarah, his wife, is the daughter of a native minister who was formerly a Hindu idolater. She is ill with fever and her husband will remain here with her until she recovers. She is a bright young woman and has a fairly good education and is doing good work as a Bible woman in the village where they live, 12 miles from Bareilly. I have had several new patients at the mission house this morning, some of them interesting cases. This is a busy time with us all, and every moment of my time seems occupied. End of chapter 4. Recording by Shena Ser, Fresno, California. Chapter 5 of A Glimpse of India, from the letters of Dr. Clara A. Swain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. A Visit to the Hills. Almora, September 9th. My dear Sister: I left Bareilly on the 10th of August for Almora and was nearly a week in getting here, although the distance is only 96 miles. I came to help care for one of our missionaries who came to the mountains in search of health. For a time he seemed to improve, but about the last of July he began to fail and he begged Mrs. Thomas, with whom he was boarding, to send for me, thinking that I might help him. I took one of my servants with me about 30 miles, then sent him back with my conveyance and trusted myself completely to the natives, travelling all night in a dolly carried by 4 men at a time, changing the men every 8 miles. It took 3 horses and 35 men to carry me 60 miles. We were 31 hours getting to the foot of the mountains. There I found fresh men sent down from Naini Tal by the missionaries with a letter directing me how to proceed on my journey. I reached Naini Tal all right and received a hearty welcome from some of our missionary ladies who are spending the season there. Naini Tal is 8,500 feet above sea level. It derives its name from the goddess of the lake, Naini, and is a favorite summer resort. The scenery is fine. The trees are covered with ferns and mosses of every shade of green. It is said that there are 120 varieties of ferns growing in the station. I was detained 2 days by the heavy rain but was at last able to move on, this time in quite another style of conveyance. It resembles a chair with a canopy and has a pole on each side with a sort of harness at each end which goes across the shoulders of the men who carry it. 4 men carry it at a time, and besides these carriers I had a man to carry my trunk on his back, another with my roll of bedding on his head, and a third carrying a satchel, while a servant whom Mrs. Thomas had sent to escort me walked beside my conveyance. I could not help laughing as I looked at my caravan, though it was no laughing matter to set off in this way for a journey of 24 miles through the mountains. Some of the ladies thought it very brave of me to start off alone, but I had no particular fear as I knew that other ladies had taken the journey alone with perfect safety. The first day we marched 12 miles and reached the Government Rest House just at evening. It is a lone bungalow standing on a hill with a dozen native huts near it. The men had arrived before me and had made a fire in one of the rooms and spread my bedding out to dry, and presently the cook came in with the roasted chicken and hot potatoes, so with the lunch, which one of the ladies had given me, I fared sumptuously. I tried to shake off all fear and enjoy the mountain scenery around me, but I could not forget how powerless I was with not a white person within miles and not even a Christian native near me so far as I knew. After dismissing the servants for the night I committed myself to the tender Shepherd who watches His flock by day and by night, and lay down, not to sleep but to think. Such a feeling of desolation I never before experienced. The first dawn of the morning was heartily welcomed and I was not long in making myself ready for another day's journey. At 7 o'clock we started on our way, travelling through such beautiful mountain scenery that my delight quite overcame my fear. We did not meet with any adventures except that a cow which had travelled some distance just ahead of us fell over the precipice and went rolling and tumbling down until she reached the bottom. We were some distance from her when she fell and supposed she would be killed, but to our surprise she got upon her feet and looked up at us most wistfully. The men were greatly pleased and said much in her praise. They consider the cow a sacred animal and pay her great respect. We reached the second rest house at noon and found that two of Mrs. Thomas' servants had been sent to meet me with a lunch. They said that fresh men would meet me at different points and that if we hurried we could reach Almora before night, so after a short rest we again set out. I found Mr. Elliot prostrated and too far gone to need much medical assistance. He lived only 2 weeks after I came. He was a young man of considerable talent and was beloved by all the missionaries. 2 years ago he came out to India for his health and was so much benefited by the sea voyage that when he reached Calcutta he was, to all appearance, well. In Lucknow he met our missionaries and became interested in the work and joined the mission, doing good service until the beginning of the hot season, when he began to lose his appetite and grew weak every day. Later he was out in a heavy rain and took cold which settled on his lungs and ended in quick consumption. He is buried in a quiet little cemetery near the mission houses. Almora is entirely surrounded by mountains, not a spot of level ground in sight, only as it has been made so. Most of the mountains are treeless and are terraced from summit to base. These narrow terraces are cultivated and wheat, rice and other grains and some vegetables are grown. The mountains look like great walled staircases with here and there a little hut nestling upon them. We get a fine view of the Snowy Range from here, which looks near but is 100 or more miles away. I wish I could give you a description that would cause you to see them. Imagine, if you can, a dozen or more mountains of silver reaching nearly to the heavens, piercing the gold and crimson clouds of an eastern sky, and glistening in the rays of the sun. Some are cone-shaped and some pyramidal in shape. The Hindus bow down and worship them when they come in sight of them, and indeed I do not wonder at it. The first good view I had of them my admiration amounted almost to worship. The hill people are much stronger and more active than the people of the plains, and they live more comfortably. Their houses are built of stone and many have little gardens, which gives them a homelike appearance. The women do not live in seclusion. The state of society in India is such that zanana life seems preferable for respectable native women. It is really not safe for them to go out alone. The London Mission occupies Almora as a mission station. Their missionary, the Reverend Mr. Budden, has been here 30 years. He has a small native church, a boys' school and a leper asylum, and his eldest daughter has an orphanage for girls, a number of whom are children of lepers. Many of them are bright children, but they bear the marks of the disease. From the doorway where I am writing I see men and women coming to the little temple below us to worship. It is the temple of the god Shiva, the destroyer. The poor creatures seem very earnest in their devotions. I will enclose a silver fern which I picked from the walls of this ancient temple. We have had many pleasant rambles over these mountains. Have been to the top of Simtola, Haridunga and Calamity. This last name means black earth and Haridunga means the Diamond Mountain. We had a search for diamonds there and on Simtola and found some fine specimens of clear crystal quartz, but are not so sure about the diamonds. We leave here on the 12th for Naini Tal on our way to the plains. There are 5 of us and we shall need 60 men to carry us and our luggage. We will march 5 miles and then camp for the night. We are anticipating a pleasant journey, travelling slowly and gathering ferns and flowers and picnicking by the way. We have each a large book made of blotting paper for pressing our ferns. I feel anxious to get back to Bareilly for I did not expect to be away more than 3 weeks. My girls write me that they are doing well and everything goes on nicely. They visit my patients with my interpreter, who is a woman 60 years of age, and she takes great care of them. Bareilly, September 20th. Home again in Bareilly and busy as usual. As our work increases our needs increase also and I feel that I must have a hospital and dispensary. The most convenient and suitable place adjoins our mission premises and is owned by the Nawab of Rampore, a Mohammedan prince, but it will hardly be possible to purchase this property as I am told a Mohammedan ruler never sells landed property that belongs to his inheritance. Mr. Drummond, the Commissioner of Bareilly, is much interested in our medical work and has been looking around to see if a suitable place is available and has finally suggested that we make a personal request to the Nawab respecting this property which adjoins ours. Mr. Drummond has learned that the Prime Minister of the Nawab will soon come to Bareilly on business and he says he will speak to him about the property and find out from him if he thinks we might present a request for the purchase of the property. If we could secure 1 acre of this land it would meet our need. 27th. We are informed today through the Prime Minister that the Nawab invites us to visit his city and that he will arrange for our journey to Rampore if we will notify him what day we would like to come. This looks favorable, for the Nawab knows our object in wishing to see him. October 8th. On the morning of October 3rd our party, consisting of Mr. and Mrs. Thomas, myself, and a native Christian gentleman, a convert from Mohammedanism who understands royal etiquette, set out on this important business, having previously notified the Prime Minister of our intention. He had made all arrangements for us. A fine carriage with coachman, 2 grooms and outriders, and 24 horses were supposed to be necessary to convey us into the domains of Eastern royalty. The horses were changed every 6 miles, 4 doing duty at once, and as we approached the city 3 cavalrymen met us to escort us to our stopping place, which was a house just outside the city kept by the Nawab for European visitors and travellers. Breakfast was awaiting us and servants stood ready to give any needed assistance. Mr. and Mrs. Parker of our mission had come from Moradabad to meet us, arriving some time before we did. Our breakfast consisted of 24 different dishes to which we did ample justice, our long drive having given us good appetites. Our surroundings, the expression of our hopes and fears, and above all our faith and confidence in Him who has assured us that He will withhold no good thing from those who trust in Him, made the hour at the table one long to be remembered. After breakfast we knelt in prayer, asking our Father who had opened our way thus far to still be our leader, and not only grant what seemed so necessary for our work but to remember this earthly prince and his people who were at that hour engaged in the worship of their own faith. When the Nawab received news of our arrival he sent a messenger to say that he would not be able to see us that day, as he was especially engaged in his prayers. For our entertainment he sent 2 music boxes and some trained athletes who performed some wonderful feats. Then came a play, a burlesque on English officials, which not only showed their power of imitation but their keen appreciation of the foibles and defects of others. After dinner 2 carriages were sent to take us for an evening drive to a country palace where the Nawab spends a part of his time during the hot months. Just in front of the palace is a beautiful tank of clear fresh water. This to me, with the fine trees and beautiful garden, was more attractive than the palace itself. The next morning early the carriages were sent for us and we were driven to several palaces and gardens before reaching the royal palace. As we entered the gates 5 royal elephants, gaily caparisoned, saluted by lifting their trunks and touching their foreheads. We were escorted into the presence of the Nawab, who arose and greeted us cordially and, assigning us seats, entered into friendly conversation. After a few minutes the Prime Minister advanced to His Highness and spoke in a low tone and he signified his assent to the words, upon which the Prime Minister turned to Mr. Thomas, saying that the Nawab would listen to his request. Mr. Thomas said that he wished to procure on some terms a portion of the estate belonging to His Highness which adjoined our mission premises in Bareilly for the purpose of establishing a hospital for women and children. Before he had time to finish his speech the Nawab said, take it, I give it with pleasure for such a purpose." We were unprepared for so generous a gift, 40 acres and a house, and were not a little surprised at the Nawab's immediate and hearty reception of our request, and we accepted the gift with gratitude not to this prince alone but to the King of the Universe, who, we believe, put it into his heart to give it to us. Our interview with the Nawab was a short one. Soon after the matter of business was over he arose, bowed to us and left the room. The Prime Minister showed us some of the apartments of the palace, which were beautifully and tastefully furnished and arranged, but to our regret we were not invited into the women's apartments. December 22nd. You can perhaps imagine the joy and gratitude of our missionaries when they heard of the generous gift of the Nawab, 40 acres when we had hardly dared hope to be able to purchase one. Some of the native gentlemen of the city were very much pleased, too, and promised assistance, so I resolved to circulate a paper stating our plans and asking for contributions, and I shall be able to report to Conference that I have 700 rupees subscribed from native people. The house on the estate is old but well built and needed some repairs to make it suitable to live in. The Nawab expected us to use this for a hospital, but the style is unsuitable for native ladies with their ideas of seclusion, so we have decided to use it as a home for single missionary ladies and their assistants, and to build the hospital more on the plan of a native house. Our repairs are nearly completed and we hope to take possession of our new home soon. January 22, 1872. My report of the work of the year past and the good news of the success of our undertaking in the matter of the hospital encouraged the ladies of our Conference to estimate for the amount necessary to begin our buildings, feeling sure that the Society in America would respond to our request for the money. The building committee sanctioned the plan which I laid before them, a plan which, with the assistance of a native architect, I had worked out as suitable for the use intended. Materials for the dispensary are being negotiated for, and we shall begin to build as soon as possible. It will contain 6 rooms, a clinic room where patients will be received and prescribed for, an operating room back of it, an office in the right wing, a room on the opposite wing designed for a lecture room when I have another medical class, and 2 small bathrooms. This plan seems to me quite complete and suitable for the purpose for which it is designed. End of chapter 5. Recording by Shena Ser, Fresno, California. Chapter 6 of A Glimpse of India, from the letters of Dr. Clara A. Swain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Busy Days. Bareilly, India, March 3, 1872. My dear Dr. Greene, I am writing in our new house, the King's Palace, as Dr. Butler calls it. Miss Sparkes and I moved in on the 1st of January and were nicely settled before Conference, which was held this year at Moradabad. Mrs. H., one of our missionaries, came here on the 15th of January from Budaon, and her baby, a nice plump boy, arrived on the 30th of the same month. The dear little baby was baptized in our drawing room this evening. The missionaries living here in the station and a few native Christians were present, and it was a deeply interesting occasion. After the baptism we had tea together. Then Mr. Jude gave a short exhortation and prayed for each one of us and for the great work in which we are engaged. Mr. Jude and his wife take the charge of the orphanage this year, and Miss Sparkes conducts the educational department. The Lord was with us at the Conference. All the missionaries seemed thirsting for a deeper experience, and many were blessed and returned to their work with greater love for it and for the salvation of souls. We are having good meetings here, and a few have professed conversion. I have received such a good letter from a Bengali gentleman whose home is in Bareilly. He went to Calcutta on sick leave for a few weeks and left his family in my care during his absence. He had twice come to us in great distress of mind and asked us to pray for him, but he was not willing to acknowledge Christ as the Son of God and Saviour of the world. Just before he went away he called and asked me for a history of the Christian Church. He said he would take with him the Bible that I had previously given him and would read it daily. He writes that he is now reconciled to God, that the society of Brahmans and Hindus and his conversations brought him no relief and he turned to the Word of God. His wife has been convinced of the truth for many months. I carried her husband's letter to her and explained it and asked her if she was willing to follow her husband. The tears filled her eyes as she said, "I do not like to leave my mother. I am her only child." Turning to the mother, who is a widow, I asked, "Are you not willing to become a Christian too, and all walk together? You believe that your idol worship will save you, but the religion of Christ will certainly be sufficient for you." She has been a very devout Hindu, fasting, worshipping, and denying herself as is required of widows. Her remarkable faith and earnestness have led me to respect and admire her, and I have often felt that both she and her daughter would make excellent Christians. The mother waited a moment, then said, "If Christianity is good for my daughter and her husband, it is good for me, and where they go I will go. The women have promised to come to us to day for instruction." How this pays for coming to India! It is better than the world or friends can give. March 5th. My dear Sister: I spend 2 to 3 hours every day with my class which I intend to present for examination as fourth grade doctors. I hope to keep them, or some of them at least, after they graduate, as I feel that they should have some experience of hospital practice before they go out to take up work by themselves. A theological school for native students is to be opened here the 1st of April, and several of my girls will marry native preachers who will come here to study, so I shall still have them under my supervision. We expect to have an artist here this month, and I will have a picture taken of our house and grounds. As you cannot come here I will send you a copy. I must not forget to tell you that I met Miss Thoburn at Conference in January and had a good visit with her. She is one of the choice spirits. May 6th. 13 of my medical class passed their final examination on the 10th of April in the presence of 2 civil surgeons of the station and Rev. Dr. Johnson of our mission. They were granted certificates for practice in all ordinary diseases. 11 of them have since married and left the orphanage. One has gone to Moradabad to practice medicine and one to Almora, where her husband has charge of the commissariat department in the leper colony. 5 of them remain here as their husbands are students in the theological school. Rebecca, one of Dr. Humphrey's medical class who came to me at the close of the rainy season last year, is now my assistant in the dispensary. I enclose photos of my home and of my class. I am sure you will like the house. It is a real Oriental house such as the Rajas and Nawabs live in, but quite unlike the houses of natives in general, which are generally enclosed by high walls. The people standing in front of the house and on the veranda are the members of my class and the servants of the household. If you look very closely you will see the old water carrier with his great leather bag. All the water that we use is brought in this goatskin bag. How would you like to drink water from it? I was quite disgusted at first but do not stop to think about it now. Miss Sparks and I occupied the upper part of the house and at present I am using one of the rooms as a dispensary. Some of our native helpers live in the basement rooms, which are very comfortable. Now that our dispensary building is actually under way I feel quite content to put up with inconveniences, for I have the assurance of better things in the future. The Reverend Mr. Jude is overseeing the workmen, and as he is a good manager the work is going on well. There is quite a little army of men, women and children, all very busy in their own estimation, though I can see from my window that now and then some of them linger over their loads or sit down behind a pile of boards to take a whiff from the hookah. They call their hookah smoking, taking a drink from the pipe. June 10, 1872. My dear M : Do you realize that I am on my 3rd year in India? How quickly the time has passed. The weather has been very hot for 6 weeks past, hotter than I have known it since I have been here. We shall welcome the rainy season and are looking longingly for it. The rains usually begin about the middle of June, but are sometimes delayed. My patients sometimes send me food and sweetmeats such as they like themselves, and a native lady has just sent me a jar of mangoes pickled in mustard oil, some mango preserves, and a variety of food and sweets. Another native friend lately sent me a milch buffalo, which are very common here, the milk used the same as cow's milk. I already had a cow which had been sent me by an old patient, and I had also bought one, so we have quite a dairy. The cream is churned in a bottle and worked over with a spoon, and we get very good butter. We continue our social visits at the homes of many of our former patients who, though not needing medical aid, are still anxious to see us occasionally. These visits are always pleasant to us and we trust are profitable to them. They ask many questions about our mode of living and we listen to their talk about their family affairs. Then we read to them from the Bible or some religious book and sing and explain the hymns. They listen attentively, though we are sometimes inclined to feel impatient at their slowness in receiving the truth. But when we stop to think how deeply enshrouded their minds are in darkness and superstition, we are led to work and pray more earnestly for their salvation, asking our Father that in His own good time many of these people may be brought into His marvelous light and be witnesses for Him. December 22nd. Miss Sparks and I give the Christmas dinner this year. You know that there are 3 missionary families here, the Scotts, the Judds and ourselves, and it has been the custom to have the Christmas dinner together and to have it as homelike as possible. One of my native patients has sent me 2 fine turkeys and a Mohammedan friend has sent 3 chickens for our Baradin (Great Day), as they call our Christmas. In addition to our poultry there will be for our dinner peas, lettuce, cauliflower and other vegetables from our garden and plenty of delicious golden oranges. Our trees are loaded with them. The garden is at its best or approaching it. There are 3 men at work in it all the time. The Mali or head gardener gets $2.50 and the other 2 $1.75 each a month. Of course they take fruit and vegetables for their own use and probably some to sell, but we cannot help that. There were some fine fruit trees on the estate and we are getting custard apples and guavas too this season. This is a most delightful country to live in after one gets used to it. For 6 months after the rainy season is over the weather is all that could be desired. We are just beginning to have a fire in the grate in the drawing room as the evenings are chilly, but it is warm enough without fires during the day, and the sunshine is so brilliant that it is positively painful to the eyes. My dispensary building is going up gradually. Mr. Jude has made over the whole business to me and I enjoy directing about the work. The building will be convenient and a real blessing, I am sure. 3 native ladies are anxious to come to me as patients as soon as there is a place ready for them. The hospital buildings will be begun soon after Conference, which will meet here in Bareilly on the 16th of next month. We shall entertain all the ladies of the Woman's Foreign Missionary Society and 2 missionary families besides, if they would rather be in our house than to live in tents. We all look forward to the Conference with great pleasure. It is usually the only time during the year that we meet the missionaries from other stations. June 8, 1873. My dear Sister: The dispensary building was completed early last month and formally opened on the 10th of the month. The friends who have visited it are much pleased with the arrangements and congratulate me on having so desirable a place to receive patients. The dispensary opens for work at 6 o'clock every morning except Sunday, and some mornings we have as many as 60 patients. We have cards on which the prescriptions are written and numbered, and these cards are printed in 3 different characters: Hindi, Persian and Roman Urdu, and on the back of each is a text of Scripture, so that every new patient receives with her prescription a portion of the Word of Life. She may not be able to read it, but possibly some one of her family can read it for her. This is one of the very simple methods of circulating the Word of God in the families of those who come to us, and by His blessing it may be the means of bringing some one into the truth. A passage of Scripture on a card given to a patient is often the subject of our morning lesson for all who come and are willing to listen a while until their prescriptions are ready for them. 2 of my medical class are valuable assistants in the dispensary: Emma, who married one of the students in the theological school, and Jane Paul. So with my faithful Rebecca at the head everything goes smoothly. The hospital buildings will probably be completed this year. Much care has been taken in the arrangement of them that the taste and convenience of native ladies may be suited and their seclusion, according to their custom, be ensured. Our plan was to build just what we needed and no more, and we have followed native ideas as far as possible, so that patients may feel perfectly at home and be enabled to carry on their plan of cooking and living the same as in their own houses. The plan is much like that of an Eastern sarai or inn, only with more of a view to home comfort. A piece of ground 250 feet by 175 is enclosed by a wall 8 feet high. At the front of this stands the dispensary buildings. The front entrance is from the general compound and the back veranda opens into the hospital grounds, thus making the dispensary a part of the general plan. At the right of the dispensary, within the enclosure, is a row of dormitories 1 story high, extending nearly the whole length of the wall, and across the end opposite the dispensary is another row, more commodious, designed for patients requiring larger rooms. Dormitories will be built on the other side of the enclosure when needed. A front veranda extends the whole length of the dormitories, and another at the back will serve as kitchens, as there are partitions arranged so that the occupants of each room can cook their food outside their living room. The rooms are 12 by 14 feet. In the center of the enclosure is a fine large well where each modern Rebecca who comes to us can draw water for herself with her own bucket and rope, as is the custom of people of caste in India. The grounds are tastefully laid out and in due time will be beautified with some of India's lovely roses, flowers and shrubbery. December 23, 1873. My dear Sister: Perhaps I told you that at the beginning of the year I had employed 2 native Christian women as Bible women and teachers. They have each taught regularly in 9 different families, visiting them 3 times a week and teaching them to read, sew and knit. It is not always an easy matter to persuade a Hindu woman to learn to read. They say that their religious books forbid it, teaching them that some great calamity will come upon them if they learn to read. We tried to persuade one of my patients after her recovery to allow us to teach her to read but she was unwilling, saying, "When I was quite young I began to learn to read and after a few days my brother died. Our priest and all our friends said that it was because I was learning to read, so I stopped and have never dared to begin again." We told her of several Hindu families where the women are reading and no harm came to them, but she still hesitated though she begged us to continue our visits and to come very often. I told her that would not be possible as we wished to go to those who wished to learn and improve themselves, that we come to this country to do her people good, and that I want, as far as I can when not attending the sick, to teach them about our religion, which is a religion of love. I told her that one of our teachers would come to her 3 times a week if she wished to learn, and that Mrs. Sheehy and I would come to see her as often as we could. She thought a moment and said she would see about it. A few days later as I was passing her house on my way to a patient I called in to see her and was warmly welcomed. She said she was intending to send for us that very day as she was in great trouble and wanted me to do something for her. She had been crying and was very sad. When I asked her about her trouble she said, "I am ashamed to tell you that my husband is making arrangements to take another wife. I thought if you knew about it you could go to the magistrate and ask him to forbid my husband to take another wife, for we are very poor." I explained that I could not do that, but I promised to talk with her husband and ask him to wait a while before bringing another woman into the home, and I said, "If you will consent to learn we will come often to see you and bring you books to read, and you will learn to keep your house more tidy. When your husband finds that you know something and can talk with him when he comes home about what you have learned, I am sure he will be pleased and perhaps he will care more for you and will give up taking another wife." With more spirit than I had ever seen her manifest, she exclaimed, "I will learn. When will you send Eliza to teach me?" She never more needed urging, but was always ready with her book and quite astonished us by her quickness in learning to read and in her efforts to improve the appearance of her house. Her husband also became quite interested and assisted her in having the walls of the house and court whitewashed and the floor laid with brick. He gave up the idea of taking another wife and seems quite content with his present family. Mrs. Sheehy has had the supervision of the Bible women during the year, and every month she visits each family under instruction and directs the Bible women in regard to their teaching and their course of reading among the women. She also holds meetings with the women on the Sabbath and finds some interested hearers. And so the work goes on. End of chapter 6. Recording by Shena Ser, Fresno, California. Chapter 7 of A Glimpse of India from the Letters of Dr. Clara A. Swain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. General Work. Bareilly, January 29, 1874. My dear Sister: I have 3 of my medical class with me as Bible women this year: Nellie Bain, who married William Peters; Libby Husk, now Libby Joel; and Harriet Richardson, the wife of Joshua Soule. The courtship of the latter was unique. Mr. Soule informed Miss Sparks, who has charge of the orphanage, that he wanted an educated wife, but he did not want a dark woman. It happened that a few of the older girls were together in the compound, and Miss Sparks indicated to him one or two whose marriage arrangement had not been made, but none of them seemed attractive to him. Just then Harriet came across the compound and joined the group. "There!" exclaimed Sol, "that is the girl that I will marry." Miss Sparkes told him the girl's name and her attainments, which was quite satisfactory to the suitor, and he left after being told that he could come in the afternoon for his answer. Harriet was informed that Mr. Sol wished to marry her, and she consented to meet him, and that afternoon the two were introduced to each other in Miss Sparkes' office, and an engagement was effected. As the husbands of these three young women are students in the theological school, they will probably remain with me for a year or two, and I shall be able to give them needed help in their medical work and arrange for them a course of instruction in books calculated to give them more enlarged views and ideas in regard to their work and influence among their hearers. Another of my girls, Jane Paul, was lately married to the son of one of our oldest preachers, William Plummer. Jane's husband is a clerk in a government office and is an active Christian, and Jane is assisting in the medical work in Moradabad, where they now live. Sarah Mead, too, married and is now Sarah Odell. She has been appointed medical Bible woman in Pauri, where her husband is the native doctor. They have a small dispensary and Sarah is using her medical knowledge to advantage. Almira Blake, who was the first girl received into the Bareilly orphanage, was appointed to the orphanage in Pauri, and as matron will have just the work her heart delights in, the care of little ones. In one of my letters I told you of a woman who consented to learn to read in order to make herself more agreeable to her husband, who was planning to take a second wife. She has improved very much in her reading and is now studying the Old Testament in Hindu. She reads a chapter over several times, and when the Bible woman visits her she asks her to explain anything that she does not understand. She said to me one day, "Before I began to learn I used to go from house to house to hear my neighbors talk and tell stories, and see their jewels, but now I have no time for that. I hurry to get my work done, and if any of the neighbors come in to talk and tell stories, I feel impatient for them to go. The stories in my book are better than any they can tell." At our request she invites the women and children of the neighborhood once a week to her house and we have a meeting with them. She and her daughter had learned to sing many of our hymns and to repeat the Lord's Prayer in Hindustani, and they are quite a help in these little gatherings. Her home shows the change in her mental condition. Formerly it was very untidy, deplorably so, but now everything is clean and in order, and it is a pleasure to visit her. Her husband is an educated man, but he had never thought his wife capable of anything beyond cooking and attending to his wants, but now that he sees the improvement in her he seems quite proud and fond of her. June 10th. My dear M., you have been so much interested in my work and my plans for the hospital that I am sure you will rejoice with me over its completion. It was ready for occupancy on the 1st of January, and it was with glad hearts that we received our first indoor patients, some of whom had been waiting for us to let them know that we could accommodate them. Soon we had many of our rooms occupied by Hindus, Mohammedans and native Christians, all having their own separate apartments. It would amuse you to look in upon us. A patient seldom comes alone to the hospital. A poor woman brings her children and sometimes her mother-in-law or a widowed sister who may be living with her. It would be considered a disgrace for a high caste woman to come alone, so her husband accompanies her, and oftentimes they bring not only their family and several servants, but a yoke of oxen, a horse and conveyance, a goat, their food and cooking utensils, and their furniture. We are not always particular to limit the number of persons who accompany the patient, providing there is room, and that they are willing to abide by our rules, for we hope to do them good in a social and friendly way. They are no expense to us in the way of food, for their caste would not allow them to take food from our hands. The benefit of a zanana dispensary and hospital is readily apparent. Women who would suffer in silence rather than have a native doctor called to them, even though he did not look upon their face, are glad to come to be treated by a lady doctor. A motley collection of conveyances may be seen in front of the dispensary almost any morning. Bullock carts in which a whole family has come, ekas or pony carts carefully covered with a cotton covering, a more pretentious rath with a beautiful white oxen from some one of the better homes of the city, a palanquin or two, and the little dollies, which are simple string cots so small that it is a puzzle to imagine how a woman can sit in it, though, truth to tell, I have seen not only a woman emerge from one, but 2 or 3 children besides. There are other women who come on foot, sometimes leading a very old or perhaps a blind person. Such a contrast the most of these people are to our neatly clad, white-robed Christian women and the orphanage girls in their gingham skirts and white chadars. The Hindu and Mohammedan women wear the chadars or mantle too. Perhaps I have told you that it is a sheet worn over the head and thrown up over one shoulder. The women pull it closely over the face and are very particular not to expose their features to the gaze of men. A bride on going to her husband's home does not uncover her face before her mother-in-law until she is told to do so. At first we find it a little difficult to persuade the women to let us examine them, even to get at their pulse or to see their tongue, but this reluctance soon wears off, and some of the women now in the hospital have lost a good deal of their shyness and meet us freely. It is so also in the zananas that we visit. Old and young sit down together and listen to the teaching and ask questions, apparently without constraint. We still have a great many calls to patients in the city and adjacent villages, and my medical Bible women have many opportunities to practice what they have learned. They appreciate this, as it is giving them excellent preparation for the work which will come to them when they go with their husbands to their appointed fields of labor. People in moderate circumstances sometimes offer me a fee for each visit, $1 or half $1, but many are not really able to give money. They would, I think, if their means would allow. It is sometimes pathetic to see how desirous they are to show their gratitude, sometimes offering a few native sweets on a leaf, probably costing less than a cent, sometimes a few oranges or guavas, which really cost them next to nothing. A few times I have received an adequate fee for one visit, but nothing for subsequent visits. Though the patient may require medical services for weeks, the husband evidently thinking that one gold mohur, equal to $8, ought to bring his wife back to health. All fees received are used to buy medicines and defray expenses for medical work. Natives are very fond of their money and do not part with it easily, but I have heard that native princes have given large sums for a surgical operation or when a favorite member of the household has recovered from an illness. The hakims or native doctors are shrewd enough to get pay for their services. A hakim will agree to cure a patient for a certain sum. If he is a little doubtful as to the result, he requires payment in advance, but if the patient does not recover, he will not refund the money. Of course his reputation suffers somewhat, for the injured family are eloquent in proclaiming their wrongs. September 11th. I have a visit of several days in Lucknow every month lately. Miss Monell, M.D., who was appointed to Lucknow, received a call to Hyderabad, which she accepted, and as there was no one to carry on the medical work which she had begun, I was requested to take the supervision. So I go to the zananas and visit the sick and prescribe for those who are brought to me at the mission house. I find many who need my services and am glad to do what I can for them. One of my medical students lives in Lucknow and she looks after my patients in my absence. How my heart rejoices over these young women who are taking up this work. Nearly all of my class are active workers, combining their medical knowledge with their Christian work among the homes of the people they visit. Susan Hamilton, one of the class, has written of her experience in the first place she went to after her marriage. She was a good student, quick to learn, and so thorough that she would never leave any point until she thoroughly understood it. Overflowing with good nature, she was one to make her way anywhere, and we were interested to know what her experience of life would be. Her husband was appointed to Khera Bajera, and Susan began at once to visit in the zananas where work had already been opened, and she found her medical knowledge and skill a great help in opening other homes. A great many came to her also, and she had many opportunities to give physical relief and spiritual comfort. But poor Susan had her trial. A leading Hindu, who had been loyal to the government during the mutiny, received many favors from individuals as well as the government, and this aroused a feeling of jealousy, and he had many enemies among the people of the place. So when he fell ill he distrusted everyone and would take no medicine, fearing that the native doctor might be bribed to give him poison. Charms and enchantments failed, and in despair of saving his life his friends sent to Susan for medicine. She sent him a dose of quinine, but it was too late to help him and he died. Of course the enemies of the mission took advantage of this to cry out that the Christian woman had poisoned him, and they succeeded in turning the poor widow against Susan, who had been quite a favorite with her, and so bitter were her feelings that she ordered the girls' school which her husband had supported and which Susan visited closed against her, so that for a time the work was stopped. The widow's rancor subsided after a time and the school was opened, and the native pastor's wife gained an entrance to the home, but she declined to see Susan, saying that she had not been careful to give the proper medicine. This was discouraging for the unoffending woman, but she is hopeful that the way will yet open for successful work. December 29th. Looking back over the year's work, I find that I have 50 new families on my list, some of whom had never been visited by a Christian woman. There were some among them who were willing to be taught, and my 4 Bible women and Mrs. Sheehy have had a busy year. The work is among all castes, rich and poor. Sometimes the young women meet with great opposition from their mothers-in-law who fear the result of Christian teaching, but the Bible women usually succeed in overcoming all prejudice and retain their pupils. In some instances the older women who opposed the introduction of new ideas into the home become the most interested listeners to the reading and exposition of the Scriptures. We have held meetings on the Sabbath in the home of one of our pupils for all in the neighborhood who were willing to come, and have sometimes had a good audience. They were generally respectful and attentive during the Bible reading and prayer, but occasionally some old woman would steal quietly away while we were praying, fearing that if she listened she might in some way be made a Christian against her will. A few of the families pay for the books which we furnish them, and also pay a small sum toward the teacher's salary. We require all who are able to pay for their books, for then they are taken care of. There is not much variety in our work from year to year, as you see, yet after all we do see some improvement, and are encouraged to believe that some of the good seed sown is taking root. We cannot wonder that the work is slow when we reflect that for 2,000 years and more this people has been following in the footsteps of their ancestors without improvement either in art or science. It is a matter of rejoicing that some men are becoming enlightened enough to really wish to have their households taught, though certainly the most of them would prefer to have the religious part of the teaching left out. But that, of course, cannot be. February 10, 1875. My dear M. Since receiving your letter I have visited the famous Taj Mahal in Agra. Dr. and Mrs. Humphrey spent a few weeks with us here in Bareilly before leaving for America, and as they were intending to visit Agra on their way to Bombay they urged me to accompany them, which I was very glad to do. We arrived in Agra in the early morning, and after a rest and breakfast at a hotel went directly to the Taj. The gateway at the entrance to the grounds is a beautiful structure, but we were anxious to see the Dream in Marble, as it has been called. And what a beautiful sight greeted us as we passed through the gateway! We stood entranced for several minutes. Opposite the entrance was the Taj, a pure white marble tomb inlaid with mosaics of different colored marbles. You have probably read a description of this lovely tomb built by Shah Jahan for his beloved wife's last resting place. It is said that the building covers an acre of ground and that 22,000 men were 20 years in building it. The cost was $20 millions. I cannot vouch for the truth of this, but it is the current statement here, and does not seem impossible as one notes the fine and delicate carvings of the marble screens, the exquisite bas-reliefs and other sculpture designs which must have required years of careful workmanship to accomplish. We tested the echo by singing one line of the doxology at a time, waiting for the whispering return of what seemed like sweet voices from unseen ones hovering over us in the great dome. This beautiful structure stands in a garden of 13 acres on the banks of the river Jamna. The garden itself is a beautiful sight with its fine trees, luxuriant shrubbery, flowers of every hue and roses of every variety and color. There are marble walks and fountains in which the lovely pink lotus grows, and though the fountain jets were not in action, the placid waters added beauty to the scene. One cannot wonder that this quiet spot was a favorite resort of the beautiful queen and that she often came here from her royal home in Delhi. It was for this reason probably that Shah Jahan built here the tomb which embodies her dying request: "Build for me a monument whose beauty shall command the admiration of the world." The next day Dr. and Mrs. Humphrey resumed their journey to Bombay and I returned to Bareilly, rejoicing that my eyes had beheld this perfection of beauty. The day in Agra amid new scenes and with change of thought was refreshing, and I returned to take up my work with renewed zeal and courage. We have had a very interesting Bible reading with the dispensary patients this morning. Some of them were unusually attentive. The entrance of Thy word giveth light. How this encourages us to pray that the word given so faithfully by our dispensary Bible woman may find a place in the heart of some hungry soul. How it would comfort these poor women if they could only believe that God is a loving Father ready to help them at all times, instead of always having the fear that they may do something to displease their deities and incur their wrath. God has said that His word shall not return unto Him void, so we may hope that the good seed of the word which has been sown this morning may spring up and bring forth fruit in His good time. These people come to us with the utmost confidence, believing that our medicines will cure their ailments, whatever they may be, or of how long standing. And while we endeavor to heal their bodies, we are trying just as earnestly to minister to their souls. End of chapter 7. Recording by Shena Ser, Fresno, California. Chapter 8 of A Glimpse of India, from the letters of Dr. Clara A. Swain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. As M. Saw It. Bareilly, February 12, 1875. My dear Sister: Our conference last month was, as usual, a season of spiritual refreshing as well as of pleasant social intercourse. You can imagine how delightful these annual gatherings must be for those of our missionaries who are in isolated stations where they hardly see people of their own color half a dozen times through the year. Constant intercourse with the natives must have more or less of a depressing effect no matter how much one may be interested in her work, and these days of social and religious intercourse are the source of pleasant anticipation for weeks before we come together and of renewed interest in the work as different phases of it are discussed by different missionaries. I find something of this same feeling among some of the higher class of women who come to the dispensary. They get tired of the seclusion of their homes and are glad of any pretext to come out among others if their friends do not absolutely forbid it. Their motive is not, like that of the missionaries, a desire for spiritual refreshment, but a longing for a change of some kind to relieve the monotony of their lives. And these visits to the dispensary certainly give them food for thought, and they carry away with them ideas which may develop into broader views of life. A few days ago a bright little woman came to the dispensary closely concealed in her covered conveyance, and after receiving her medicine anxiously inquired which road led to the railroad station. This was rather startling and we asked why she wished to know. She laughingly replied, "It will be a long time perhaps before my husband will let me come out again, and I am determined to see the railway carriages and the engines and things that the English people talk about. I will bribe my servants and my husband will never know about it." One of my Bengali patients in the hospital said to me before she left, "May I not come here and stay a while every year, even if I am not sick? I like to walk out in the garden and go to your bungalow. I am not afraid to go out here, but if I should walk out at home my neighbors and friends would think badly of me. I do not care to see fine houses or anything that man has made. I love the trees and flowers and the pretty green fields." I afterward visited this native lady in her home and found everything clean and orderly. There were pots of rare geraniums in the courtyard which she cherished equally with her jewels. While she was with me Her husband came to see her and spent 2 or 3 days with her in her rooms in the hospital. He belongs to the Brahmo Somaj, an organization among the Hindus who have given up idol worship and profess to worship God only, but they do not believe in Christ or in a spiritual change. We talked with him about his religious views. He said he loved to pray. His idea seemed to be that one should spend as much time in prayer as could be spared from daily business. While here he used to arise early in the morning and drive out to a mango grove some distance away and spend some time in prayer. He said he got an inspiration from his surroundings and he could better fix his mind on God when alone under the trees or out in the open field. Others of his faith have given a similar testimony. Bareilly, March 17, 1875. My dear M. Your letter asking me to give you some account of my daily life and work is at hand, and I will ask you to imagine that you are with me for a day, accompanying me on my visits here and in the city. We will first visit the hospital patients. In the first room at the right as we enter we find a Mohammedan woman who has been here for some weeks. Ask her a few questions. She will tell you that she has been very ill, but Allah (God) has heard her prayers and now she is almost well enough to go to her home. In the next room is a poor woman from a village brought in from the country in a very low condition. She is a native Christian and, as you see, too ill to be much benefited by medicine, but we are glad to have her here where we can give her nourishing food and the care she needs to make her comfortable. Our next patient is a young Eurasian girl who has been deceived by the brother of the woman with whom she lived. Her mistress brought her here to await her confinement and has come several times to see her and seems very kind to her. Although this woman is a leper she goes about where she will and seems to get some enjoyment out of life. Here are two Hindu women in this next room. They have come from the country. One of them is a very bright young woman, a widow, who has come with her sister-in-law to remain while she is under treatment. It will appear more respectable to their Hindu friends to have her here as companion than for her sister to remain in a strange place alone. This woman's fingers on both hands are covered with jewels, which is remarkable for a Hindu widow, but they may have been put on for the occasion. You will be pleased to see this next patient who is a lovely native Christian woman from Cawnpore, the daughter of a native minister. She is a well-educated woman and as you see has charming manners, but she is very delicate. We hope the change will do her as much good as medicine. Now we will visit the European ward. In one room is a woman from Burma, in the next one from Naini Tal. Such a distance apart have they lived, and here they meet on the same errand, the pursuit of health. The next room is occupied by a lady from Allahabad, the wife of a civil engineer. She spends some time with her husband on his district work and though she enjoys camp life she has found it necessary to come here for rest and light treatment. And now I must take you in to see Mrs. Sheehy, who has been a valuable assistant to me for so long. It was a trial to me as well as to her when her eyesight began to fail and she was obliged to give up her work, but she is a true Christian and has borne her affliction patiently. I have had her eyes treated by a surgeon from the Bengal Infantry, and he has just performed a most successful operation, removing a cataract from one of her eyes. He watches her case carefully and feels sure that she will quite recover her sight. It is pleasant to see how he appreciates our hospital and grounds. He says it is quite a relief to come here where everything is so clean and orderly, and the compound so beautiful with its shrubbery and lovely flowers. But now we must go into the dispensary. You see we have this clinic room and here back of it is the operating room. This is the office and the room corresponding to it in the opposite wing is the lecture room. Then there are the two bathrooms. We have quite a crowd of people here this morning. Most of them are from the city, but a few I see are village people. Do you notice how patiently they wait and how attentive they are to the reading of the Word by the dispensary Bible woman who is so faithfully trying to interest them? Some of their questions show that they are really trying to comprehend what they hear. Some of them enjoy the hymns and prayer. I have told you before of Rebecca. Her training under Dr. Humphrey has fitted her to be of great service here. She will prescribe for the more simple cases and the more serious ones will wait to be examined and prescribed for on my return from the city. These people are never in a hurry. They always have time for all they want to do, while we Americans worry because we have not time to accomplish all that we want to do in a day. But our carriage is at the door and we will continue our morning's work. The half-mile drive through the bazaar will interest you, for it is a phase of life that is quite unique. Here you see truly all sorts and conditions of men, and conveyances of every description. We pass through this large gateway and turn to the right through this lane which is hardly wide enough for our carriage. Our first call is on a Mohammedan woman who comes to the dispensary when she is able, but now she is too ill to come. They are poor people but they seem to make an effort to make the best of what they have. And the house is more tidy and comfortable than many of the places we visit. As a rule the Mohammedans are not as neat as the Hindus. This woman's husband is a mechanic earning 4 or 5 annas a day, equal to 8 or 10 cents of our money. Let us see what we can do for this poor woman. Have you taken the medicine as I directed? I ask. Yes, Miss Sahiba, she replies. I took the powders as you told me and I ate the papers too. We must not let her see us smile, though you are inclined to do so, I see. I am glad you took the powders, but it is not necessary for you to eat the papers. How about the fever? I ask. My fever came on as usual, but not so strong, was her answer. So I will leave more powders with the injunction to throw away the papers they are wrapped in. Across the street is another of my patients, the wife of a wealthy Hindu banker. This woman has been ill for several months with an incurable disease from which she cannot recover. She is resigned to her fate but begs that I will visit her often, as, she says, it is a comfort to talk with someone who knows how I suffer. Her husband is very kind to her, although she has never had any children, and he has taken a second wife, but his first wife is the one he loves. You can see that she is of a more refined nature than the other who just now passed through the room. Now I must take you into another part of the city, a region where low caste people reside. My patient here is a boy who is recovering from smallpox. I was not called to attend him until he began to recover. then I found his case to be a serious one. I fear he will never be strong enough to wait upon himself even. It hardly seems possible that human beings can exist in such a place as this, so many people crowded into so small a space, yet this is common in the cities and is often the case in the villages also. One of my Bible women visits several families in this mohalla or ward, and a number of people come together to hear her give the Bible lesson. Some of the women and girls are learning to read. The medicine case is useful in opening the way for the Gospel. The neighborhood gets interested, and when we suggest that the children be taught there is frequently a ready assent. Then where we have the girls the mothers are almost sure to come in, and this leads to an invitation to their homes. We will walk back to the entrance to the lane where we left the carriage, and I will stop to see a little Mohammedan girl who has been very ill with typhoid fever. She is a mere skeleton, but she is determined to live. I fancy that she is well married, and that may be the reason that her people are so anxious for her recovery. She needs better care and better air than she can get here, but the family are not willing to bring her to the hospital. There is another case near by that I must look after. This is a young married woman who is seriously ill, but I trust she will recover for the sake of her child, who is such a treasure to both mother and father. A son is always warmly welcomed in a Hindu family, and this is the first born. The little woman is well inclined and has a desire for improvement, but she belongs to a caste that is not considered respectable, and she can never associate with any one of higher caste than her own unless she becomes a Christian. I love to tell these people that God loves them just as much as He does a Brahman, and their souls are precious in His sight, that He needs them and has a place for them in His service. One more visit we must make before we turn homeward. There are several in this family suffering from an epidemic, and I will take a look at each of them and perhaps change the medicine, but we must not stop to answer the many questions that they will surely ask on seeing a stranger. All are doing well, I am glad to see, and now for home and breakfast. It is 10:30. A busy forenoon, do you say? Yes, but not out of the ordinary, and there are dispensary patients yet to be attended to after our breakfast, you know. They will have enjoyed a comfortable rest in our absence. September 27th. My dear Sister, you would be amused over some of the arrivals this morning. A woman came to the hospital with the evident intention of remaining some time, as she was accompanied by her husband, 3 children, a widowed sister, and 12 servants. There was an ox cart with their furniture, and they had brought food, cooked and uncooked, to last some time, and there were the 3 conveyances in which the family came. The woman needed treatment, and of course we were glad to have her here, and I could appreciate her wish to have her children with her, but I asked her why her husband came. She made several excuses. She would be afraid to stay here without him. Their friends would give her a bad name if she were separated from him. It would not be respectable for her to remain in a strange place without him, and so he stays. The poorer classes seldom come to stay without bringing some member of their families with them, and it sometimes happens that the number of the attendants or companions is greater than the number of patients in the hospital. By putting up some temporary arrangements each family lives quite separate and their seclusion is assured. We are glad to have the opportunity to give them all some new ideas, and they seem to appreciate our sanitary system, and some really take pride in keeping their rooms clean and orderly. For nearly 3 months we have had families of Christians, Hindus, Bengalis and Mohammedans staying in the hospital, and often the women from each family would be present in our prayer meetings. We did not require them to come, but always invited them, and the Hindu women seemed to enjoy the meeting. The Mohammedan women always appeared to be afraid lest we should make Christians of them against their will. December 29th. Another year nearly gone. As I look back over the 12 months of service I think I can truly say that it has been my best year in India, although I have at times been so physically unfit for work. The dispensary work is very absorbing, both of time and strength, but it has nevertheless been very satisfactory. We have had more high caste patients than heretofore, probably because we are better known in the city, so that they have less reluctance in coming to us. We have had abundant opportunities to do good both to the bodies and souls of the people, and we have reason to believe that our efforts have not been entirely vain. Of course some neither comprehend nor seem to care for the truth presented, while others really seem deeply interested and really anxious to learn something of our religion. We have had 6 high caste women in the hospital also during the year, shy and modest and gentle mannered the most of them, and very appreciative of our care and attention. When Mrs. Sheehy was laid aside from work I was fortunate in securing the services of a very capable young woman to oversee my Bible women and go with them to examine their work in the schools and zananas. She says she finds the women are generally attentive and take an interest in what is being taught them. Those who can read the Urdu or Hindi character are reading the Bible in those languages, and others are being taught to read and write and also to do some kinds of needlework. There are about 40 houses which are visited twice every week. I have been interested to notice that we have treated 1,929 patients this year, and have given out just a few less than 5,000 prescriptions. There have been more paying patients than in any former year, the fees amounting to $566, a sum which materially helps out our medical work. February 5, 1876. Although my 5 years of service had expired, I did not feel at liberty at our conference session to ask leave for a change to America, even though convinced that I really need a rest. There is much anxiety as well as responsibility connected with medical work, resulting in weariness of body and mind, and it was with a feeling of relief that I heard that the Society is sending out a medical lady who will probably reach here early in March. This makes it possible for me to take the much needed rest and change, and I have decided, by the strongly emphasized advice of the surgeon who has sometimes given his assistance in some of my cases, to leave for America as soon as I can make it convenient to do so. Mr. and Mrs. Cherrington with their little one will sail about the 1st of March, and I shall be glad to go in their company. You will probably hear from me again before I reach America. End of chapter 8. Recording by Shena Ser, Fresno, California. Chapter 9 of A Glimpse of India. From the Letters of Dr. Clara A. Swain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Second Journey to India. Liverpool, England, October 10, 1879. My dear H., there were so many things to attend to during the last few weeks before leaving home that I did not find time to write to you, so I take this opportunity while waiting for a steamer to let you know that I am well and glad to be on my way back to India. I left Castile on the 25th of September and sailed from New York 2 days later on the steamer Celtic, arriving in Liverpool on the 7th of this month. The weather was fine and the voyage delightful. I am traveling alone as our society is not sending out missionaries this year, but I find some friendly people among strangers and get along nicely. The agents of our mission board attend to my luggage and engage my passage, so I have only to go to the steamer when it is ready to sail. One of our missionaries will meet me at Bombay and attend to getting me through the custom house, and I shall be well taken care of there. Our steamer sails tomorrow. If we have a prosperous voyage, we shall be nearing the Suez Canal by the time this reaches you. I know you are disappointed that I decided to return to India, but knowing so well the need of workers among the poor and destitute women of India, I cannot but feel that my work is among them, while I have strength to work anywhere, and I would much rather go back and die on the field than stay at home from a selfish motive. My greatest trial in leaving home is the separation from you all. Bombay, November 8th. I am sure that you will rejoice with me that I have reached India safely in spite of the winds and waves and the many dangers of the sea. After we left Malta we had one very stormy day, the waves washing over the main deck and the great ship rocking like a cradle. No one can appreciate the rocking in the cradle of the deep who has not experienced it. We reached Port Said at the entrance of the Suez Canal the 4th day from Malta and the 12th from Liverpool. The canal is 90 miles long and we were 2 days passing through as we could sail only 6 miles an hour and always stopped at the sidings from sunset until daylight. One beautiful moonlight night we anchored in the lake not far from the spot where the children of Israel crossed, it is said. We arrived at Suez Sunday morning, and who should come on board but the colored evangelist, Amanda Smith of Philadelphia, and Miss Drake of Boston, sent out by Dr. Cullis. I had never met her, but had met Amanda Smith at the depot in Canandaigua, so I went to them at once and introduced myself, and for the rest of the way found them most delightful companions. Our 11 days' sail from Suez to Bombay was very pleasant as the sea was calm the most of the way, but it was very hot in the Red Sea. Lucknow, November 17th. I intended to finish this letter while in Bombay and send it by the first home mail, but the days were too short for all that I had to do. I was there 5 days, staying with one of our missionaries. There were meetings every morning and calls during the day, and 2 days I had to go to the custom house as my luggage was not all brought off the steamer at once. We arrived in Bombay on the 6th of November, just 39 days after leaving New York, but 4 days and a half of that time were spent in Liverpool. On the 11th I started for Cawnpore alone, arriving there on the afternoon of the 13th. Dr. Waugh and Mr. Messmore met me at the railway station, and after spending 2 days with the Was, I came here on Saturday to have a little visit with Miss Thoburn before going on to Bareilly. Miss Thoburn sent a telegram of welcome to me at Bombay and met me on my arrival here, and I am sitting with her in her room enjoying myself and happy in the thought that I can rest here until next Thursday. I found several letters of welcome awaiting me from the good friends in Bareilly. Mrs. Thomas wrote that she would come to Lucknow to accompany me to Bareilly, not because I cannot be trusted to travel alone, but because she wants to have the first visit with me, she says, so we expect her this evening. I have met several of my old Lucknow patients and all seem glad to see me. A native woman who has been associated with Miss Thoburn since we came to India 10 years ago, came in this morning to give me a word of welcome. She did not speak but embraced me and passed into the next room. After a while Miss Thoburn went into the room and found the woman crying and asked what was the matter. "Oh, Miss Sahiba," she replied, "do you not see how Miss Swain has changed? If you go to America I am afraid you will come back looking as she does. The great cry is, 'How thin you have grown!' I never dreamed that there were so many people interested in the amount of flesh that covers my bones. I tell them that I am the same. It is only the house I live in that has grown smaller and taken on a look of age and dilapidation, but the tenant within is stronger and wiser and better fitted to work among them than when the outside had a better and stronger appearance. I can never tell any one how good it seems to me to get back here. I feel now that I can never leave India again. I have such a home feeling, and such a love for the people fills my soul that I cannot refrain from saying, 'This is my country, the land to which my father has called me. These are my people.' These simple-hearted people living in their mud huts, with clothing hardly sufficient to cover their nakedness, with the spark of immortality imparted to them by the Divine Being buried so deep under their wickedness and idolatry. I must help them." December 17th. My dear Sister, since my return to Bareilly I begin to realize the weariness of my long journey. I am staying with Miss Sparks, who with her assistants occupies a bungalow across the road from the orphanage. Mrs. McGrew has charge of the medical work, and she and her husband are living in my old home, as it was necessary that she should be near the hospital. I have nothing to do these few days before Conference but just rest, and I feel the need of it, I assure you. I appreciate the beautiful winter weather we have in this part of India, such days of sunshine and such a cool and refreshing atmosphere. I am sure the patients in the Castile Sanitarium would not need to be urged to sit out after meals if the climate there were like this. I am longing for the time to come when I shall be settled in work again. I do not know where I may be appointed by the Conference. Miss Thoburn hopes it may be Lucknow, but I think I can do better work in Bareilly, and it would be my choice to return to my old home and work. I have only to wait a few days longer to know the decision of the Conference, which will meet on January 7th. Cawnpore, January 8, 1880. We left Bareilly on the 6th, the missionaries from Budaon having come in the night before to accompany us. At Shahjahanpore Dr. and Mrs. Johnson joined us, and at Lucknow Mr. and Mrs. Badley and other missionaries were added to our company. We had one of the intermediate railway carriages to ourselves, and we had quite a social time, enlivening the hours with singing and recitations. Other missionaries had arrived at Cawnpore before us. Conference opened yesterday morning, with most of the missionaries present, and in the afternoon the Woman's Missionary Society convened in the parsonage drawing room, with 17 lady missionaries and a few visitors present. After singing a hymn, Mrs. Amanda Smith led the devotions. Then the officers for the ensuing year were elected, and the hours for the daily meetings fixed. Each of the ladies present reported the amount of missionary money raised by the native auxiliary of her station. The largest amount given by any one auxiliary was 18 rupees, and the total amount from the 9 auxiliaries was 84 rupees. Each auxiliary has the privilege of deciding for what purpose their money shall be used, and I noticed that one auxiliary had assumed in part the support or a teacher for a low caste school in their own city. Another devoted a part of the money to the purchase of books and scripture texts for the city Sunday schools. A portion of the Bareilly money provided conveyances for the Bible women who have Sunday schools and prayer meetings among native Christians in different parts of the city. An estimating committee of 6 ladies was appointed to consider what amount of money would be needed for the work of the ensuing year, and when this is settled, the estimates will be presented to the Finance Committee of the Men's Conference, which will pass upon them and return them to the ladies. Then the corresponding secretary will forward them to the Secretary of the General Executive Committee in America. Great care is taken in preparing these estimates, each lady having previously considered what amount will be needed for her current work and any new work which she proposes to open. A committee on special business was appointed also, which will report today. Ninth. After the devotional exercises this afternoon, the time was occupied by the discussion of the report of the special committee, which related chiefly to the arrangement of a revised course of study for Bible women, their salary, and the time they should give to their work. There were also suggestions regarding the assistants, and several of the ladies then gave a report of their work for the year. These reports will be continued until each station has been heard from. 14th. Our conference closed on the 12th, and the most of the missionaries left as soon as possible after receiving their appointments. Every day was filled with business, discussions of plans of work and of further expansion, and every evening after dinner we had an hour or more of spiritual intercourse. Mrs. Amanda Smith gave a fresh inspiration by her most excellent talks, her singing, and her soul-uplifting prayers. I received my appointment to Bareilly, and Mr. and Mrs. McGrew go to Cawnpore. As soon as our house is vacated, Miss Sparks and I will move back into our old home, and I will take up my work again. As you are so much interested in mission work and the meetings of your society at home, I thought you would be interested in these details of our work here. It was quite a pleasure to meet Amanda Smith again, and you will be interested to know that Miss Drake, who was our traveling companion, has married W. B. Osborne, an American missionary who came to India to take up English work. He met us at the steamer and gave all needed assistance. Bareilly, April 6th. I took over the hospital from Mrs. McGrew as soon as I returned from conference, leaving opportunity for her to make the preparations for moving to Cawnpore. During my absence from India, Bareilly for nearly 2 years had the services of Dr. Green, who arrived from America soon after I left in 1876, and after her marriage to Mr. Cheney and departure for Naini Tal, Mrs. McGrew, who was in charge of the medical work in Moradabad, came here and has had 2 busy years in hospital and city work. It has not been an easy matter to find time to write since my return. After getting settled in our home I had some needed repairs to attend to, and there was a great increase of patients because of the terrible fever scourge following the famine. Rebecca, my faithful assistant of other days, Miss Yerbury, a young English lady who was at one time a patient of mine and is now studying with me, and Lorraine and Matilda, 2 of Mrs. McGrew's medical students, have all been overcrowded with dispensary work, filling prescriptions for those who come and to send to those who are not able to come, so that to them the days are more busy than ever, while my calls to the city are continuous and I am frequently called to outstations. It has all been a great tax on my strength, and just now I am suffering from a severe attack of neuralgia which it seems impossible to conquer. I am advised to go to the hills for a time and am making preparations to leave my work and take a short rest. Bareilly, October 3, 1880. My dear Dr. Green: The hot weather came on so early that my strength was soon exhausted, especially as an obstinate attack of neuralgia could not be overcome, so I was obliged to flee to the hills for change and rest. I soon recruited in the delightful climate of Naini Tal, and almost felt that I might go back to my work on the plains, though it would hardly have been wise to go from the altitude of Naini Tal to the heated plains, and I was strongly advised to remain until the end of the rainy season. There is plenty of work for willing hearts wherever one may be, and I soon began to have calls to attend the sick in their homes and to look after the native Christians around us, so I could feel that while enjoying the fine climate and regaining health I was at the same time making myself useful to others. But our pleasant summer in Naini Tal ended in sudden and terrible disaster. Miss Sparkes had come up to the sanitarium for a rest, and we went out together to make a few calls, but the rain soon drove us home. This was on the 16th of September, and it rained so hard that I thought no one would come in, so I busied myself with packing some things that I had bought for the hospital, and had the baskets placed in the dining room ready to be carried down the hill, for I had engaged conveyances for Amanda Smith and myself for the 21st. I put some extra garments that would not be needed into my trunk and then settled myself for the night. It rained hard all night and all the next day, the storm increasing in violence every hour, it seemed to us. I went to bed but awoke about 1 o'clock feeling troubled and wondering if there was danger. The uneasiness increased, and a little later I got up and lighted my lamp and looked about but saw nothing wrong, so leaving the lamp lighted I went back to bed. A few minutes later the window in my room burst open with a terrible crash, letting in a rush of water and shale. My dressing table was near the window and was thrown over and it and the lamp buried under the shale. I was alone in the room and got out as quickly as I could and groped my way to the door opening into the sitting room, but found that the jar from the crash and the rush of shale had closed it so tightly that I had great difficulty in opening it. I finally succeeded and got the front door open and went to the next suite of rooms, where I found Mrs. Mudge trying to rescue her children's clothes from the rushing stream. She had but one lamp, so I went to the next room, where Miss Layton and Miss Sparks were trying to rescue some of their things, and found that they could not help me as they had but one small lamp. Mrs. Thomas was able to give me a lamp, and I went back to my rooms. The water was running out of the front door like a small river, and some of my things were floating on the stream. I caught what I could and pressed in to see what I could rescue. All my toilet arrangements were in the shale and under water. Fortunately, I had put my watch in its case on the mantelpiece near the head of my bed, so that was safe. I lost a number of valuables in the way of instruments, my 2 batteries, a box of medicines, and my nice medicine case that I bought in Boston, but this was only the beginning of troubles. The men assisted us down the hill to the mission house where the Bucks were living, and Mrs. Buck provided us with some dry garments, but just as we began to feel a little comfortable, the men who had been working hard to save Mr. Buck's house came in and said we must pack up things there as quickly as possible, as the water was gaining on them so rapidly that there was no hope. So we all set to work pulling up the carpets and packing Mr. Buck's library and other valuable things, until about 1 o'clock, when the water began to pour into the house and we saw we should have to leave everything and fly. Mr. Thomas said we must leave at once or the road would soon be gone and our escape cut off. So we hurried down the hill to our mission chapel, where we found a number of native Christians and our servants who had taken shelter there as their houses were falling. We sat in the veranda wondering what we would do if the water came there, for the chapel was not far below the mission house. I said to Mrs. Thomas, "I think the assembly rooms over there near the lake will be as safe as any place if the water comes here. We can go down there." Just then I looked up toward the hill back of the sanitarium and noticed the trees shaking, and in an instant down came the hill, demolishing a large hotel, a large department store which stood below it, and the assembly rooms which a moment before had seemed to us a place of safety. Not a trace of either building could be seen 2 minutes after the catastrophe. 200 natives and 50 Europeans were buried beneath the ruined buildings, and not far from $1,000,000 worth of property destroyed. The mission property, consisting of 3 houses, a church and schoolhouse, a large building occupied by native Christians, and a number of servants' houses, was in what was considered about the finest locality in Naini Tal. But today it is in a ruinous condition. The hill above it is cracked, and it is feared that another hard rain will bring it down. When it seemed no longer safe for us to remain at the chapel, and we saw people rushing in all directions to find a place of safety, word came to us that we must leave immediately, and we all started together down the road, which was so cut up into deep gorges that we were often deep in water. But we finally reached the outlet of the lake, but were prevented from going further as the bridge was in danger of being swept away any minute. So we sought shelter in a house near the European hospital. It was not a very desirable place, for they were bringing into the yard and hospital the dead and wounded who had been rescued from the ruins. However, we remained there overnight and in the morning. Sir Henry Ramsay, the commissioner of the district sent us word that we could have a cottage of his on the other side of the lake where we would be quite safe. We gladly took possession and soon got our native Christians over and began to send back for our things, and in due time we were able to set up housekeeping, but in a very primitive style. The roads were so bad that there was no hope of our leaving for Bareilly on the 21st as we had planned, but we were so filled with gratitude over our escape from the peril that had threatened us that we were not inclined to murmur over the derangement of our plans. I came down to Bareilly last Thursday, glad to get back to the plains where there are no hills to fall, but we found here a disastrous flood. The river Ganges had risen and swept away thousands of people and whole villages were destroyed, and the railroad was so washed out that it will be weeks before trains can be run over it. Poor India has been visited with one calamity after another. Famine and the fever scourge carried off thousands, then came cholera and now this flood. God has a purpose in it all, but the people are slow to learn. So far as we know, not a native Christian has been lost in the flood. It is a time of general thanksgiving with those of us who have been so wonderfully delivered from death. Mr. Thomas remained in Naini Tal to see what could be done about the mission buildings, getting the mud and shale cleared out and saving as much of the materials as possible, and he reports that the houses are still standing. There is such a panic among the people who own property there and those who have lost all that they possessed, but their grief is as nothing compared to those whose families were lost in the terrible landslip. December 30, 1880. My dear Sister, you have read the account of the landslip in the letter which I sent to Dr. Green, and I am sure you will be glad to know that, notwithstanding all the exposure, I have not lost one day from my work since my return to Bareilly. We have from 50 to 80 patients every day in the dispensary, besides the many patients that I attend in their homes. My good assistants do all they can to help me, though, of course, the care and responsibility come upon me, but I have learned to do the best I can and leave the result with the higher power, and not spend any strength in carrying my own burdens or worrying over things that I cannot make better. I believe we cannot do this and honor God in our work as it is our privilege to do. We have treated nearly twice as many patients at the dispensary this year than any former year, and the visits to the outstations and neighboring villages have been more frequent. Some of these have been most interesting to us, as we have had the opportunity to tell the story of the Lord Jesus to some who have heard it from our lips for the first time. During my absence in the hot weather, Rebecca took charge of the entire work, to the satisfaction of all. Some weeks she was called to see patients in the city nearly every day. The two medical students have done good service in compounding medicines and looking after the sick in the orphanage and hospital, and Miss Yerbury, besides her work in the hospital and dispensary, has given the morning Bible lessons to the patients while they were waiting for their prescriptions. I have been looking over the list of hospital patients and find we have had 12 Christian women, 31 girls from the orphanage, 9 girls from the Lucknow and Budaon schools, and 2 little Christian boys, besides a number of Mohammedan and Hindu women and 10 Europeans. There were 6 deaths among our city patients, 5 of them from cholera, but our hearts have been cheered by seeing some seemingly hopeless cases restored to health and strength. I have received $649 in fees and have given out 11,840 prescriptions, the number of patients treated being just 9 less than 6,000. End of chapter 9. Recording by Shenna Ser, Fresno, California. Chapter 10 of A Glimpse of India. From the Letters of Dr. Clara A. Swain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Visitors from America. Bareilly, February 13, 1881. My dear Sister: Our Conference met this year in Bareilly, and we had with us several Americans who added interest to our meetings. It is always pleasant to have a bishop from America at our conferences, and Bishop Merrill was as warmly welcomed as were other bishops who had come to us in former years. Besides Bishop Merrill, there were the round the world evangelists, Reverend Mr. Inskip, Mr. MacDonald, and Mr. Wood with their wives, and 2 new missionaries of the Woman's Society. The ladies of the Inskip party attended Our Lady's Society, helped in the devotional meetings, and gave us words of cheer which were much appreciated. On invitation, Bishop Merrill conducted the devotions at one of our afternoon meetings, and made a fine address for which the ladies gave him hearty thanks. I have had a delightful family all winter, and some very nice Hindustani patients staying in the hospital. Several of my English patients are quite well now and have gone to their homes, and others will go this month. Native patients are beginning to come in again from out stations. I am expecting a Bengali woman to day from Shahjahanpur. She is the wife of the station master, to whom I was called last week to examine her case, and I had great difficulty in persuading her to come to the hospital. To a Hindu woman who has never left her secluded home or ever looked outside her own premises, the distance between the 2 cities appeared very great, and it seemed a dreadful thing to her to come so far away from her home and friends. I am sending you a report of the mission work in the charge of the ladies of our society. In it you will see my medical report, and will notice that my fees amounted to nearly my yearly salary. My health is as good as ever it was, and I find myself just as well able to work. I think I travel 6 miles a day on an average, for I have so much running about and so many separate buildings to look after, and then if any one outside our grounds is sick that means extra work. There is nothing like having plenty to do in India. I am sure we should all die if we had no definite aim in life. Bishop Merrill was astonished to see the vastness of our mission work. He had no idea that we had such a Christian community, so many churches, schools and Sunday schools. He was surprised to see how well versed the children are in the Scriptures, and says he thinks them far ahead of the children in America. His presence added much to the interest of the conference meetings. He is such a solid and wise man, and sees things so correctly. You will find quite a full account of our meetings in the Indian Witness which I am sending you. I will send it every week if it will interest you. It may perhaps answer in place of a letter sometimes. December 15th. We have had some interesting and intelligent women among our dispensary patients of late, and our hearts have been gladdened many times as we have observed the interested faces as they have listened to the morning lesson. In no former year have I received so many sincere expressions of gratitude from native patients, especially some who were unable to give any pecuniary compensation for their treatment but have, nevertheless, managed to bring some little gift after their recovery. One poor woman to day brought an offering of oranges, almonds and raisins, a few of each, saying she was poor but she wanted to give something in return for the benefit she had received. Another patient, who lives in a village not far from Nainital, brought 12 ears of green corn and a bottle of honey. He said his was a small gift but he wanted to offer something, as his life had been saved, he believed, by the medicine sent him. These simple gifts indicate a spirit of gratitude and appreciation which is very encouraging to us who work for them. I have just had an interesting case of a high caste Hindu woman who has been fasting for 8 months because of the death of the head of the family, one of the leading men of his caste, and a man of considerable wealth. Since his death all the women of his family, including distant relatives, have taken food once in 24 hours only. While they have been fasting themselves, they have been feeding the poor daily as a work of merit for the dead. When on my way at evening to see my patient, I have noticed on both sides of the road leading to the house quite a company of poor people receiving food from the household servants. The woman I was called to treat had been to the Ganges to bathe and perform some ceremonies, and had taken cold, and I found her seriously ill. She begged me to give her something to cause her death, saying she was not afraid to die but she could not endure such pain. I asked her if she would take liquid medicines. "Oh no," she replied. "Will you take powders?" I asked, and again she answered, "No." "How can I give you medicine then?" I asked. "I will take medicine that can be applied externally," was her answer. "But that will not be sufficient," I said. "You are very ill and if you will not take either medicine or food, I do not see that I can do much for you." Her son, who was standing by, said, "Do come to see her again. Your presence will be some help to her." So the next morning I went again and found her still suffering. An old man, a relative of the family, sat by her, and he said to me, "I think she will take dry medicines this morning. If you can truthfully say, there is neither wine nor beef in them." I replied, "I have treated Hindu women in Bareilly for several years, and I assure you that I have never put either beef or wine in the dry medicines I have given them." Their confidence began to increase, and I at once prepared a powder and asked her to take it before me, which she did, and from that hour she never refused to take any medicine which I wished to give her, but on no account could she take food as the time of her fast had not expired. I attended her for 10 days, during which time she did not take more than a pint of milk. I have never witnessed such self-denial as exists among Hindu women of high caste. This woman seems to have led a very pure and holy life according to her religion. Bareilly, January 25, 1882. My dear M : There is a great deal of cholera in the city and we have been obliged to stop the work of the Bible women and teachers for a time. My own work goes on and will increase if the epidemic breaks out among the native Christians. There has been but one case among them so far. To day a woman was brought to the dispensary who is just recovering from smallpox. I have been exposed to it many times since I have been in India but have never had any symptoms of it. I am living in our house again this winter. You remember that I lived in the hospital last cold season and went to Naini Tal in the hot weather. The house has been whitewashed inside and out, and with new mattings and floor cloths we are very clean and nice. Miss Kelly has charge of the zanana work in the city and she and her assistant are living with me, and I have one assistant and one student, so we are a family of 5. In addition to my medical work I have been building and repairing all winter, and at times have had 50 and 60 persons at work, masons, carpenters, plasterers and coolies. The masons receive 12½ cents a day and the coolies 3½ cents. The others get 6 cents a day. My house servant calls all the men, women and children together when the day's work is done, and writes down the numbers of each class of workers, and on Saturday he gives me the account for the week, receives the money from me and pays each one according to his or her earnings. The last payment was $9.25 for a week's work. You would be surprised to see how many persons it took to earn that amount in a week. I go out every morning to direct the work and in the evening take a look to see what has been accomplished. A missionary ought to understand all trades, have engineering ability, be a good financier and accountant, and ready for anything, for we have a little of all sorts of work to do. One of our missionaries came in the other day and seeing the work that was going on said, "If you had been a man you would have made a general." "No indeed," I said, "I would have been an engineer." I am having a new well dug and when that is done I hope to have a little rest from brick and mortar. June 24th. Rebecca, who has been so many years with me in the dispensary, left just as the hot season began and I was left alone with the helper, who knew almost nothing about caring for the sick, but Mrs. Parker has just sent her native doctor, Shuluk, who was also trained by Dr. Humphrey, to assist me and I am quite relieved. The rains have begun and everything looks fresh and green and beautiful. No place is more lovely than India in the rainy season. That is my opinion, others may not think so. The mangoes are just in their glory, so ripe and delicious. I bought 100 this morning for 50 cents. I wish you could help me eat them. Peaches too are abundant and are very fine this year. We have had some profitable meetings in the hospital. Nearly every patient who was able came in and all listened with great attention to the lessons. One old Hindu woman reads the Bible and finds great comfort in believing its words, and when she tells me what it means to her I feel that she has come into the light. Just now there is a very interesting woman here who says that when about 14 years of age she was sold to a Mohammedan who has several wives. She has been ill for some time but could not get treatment where she was living. One day a religious devotee came to the place and told her that there was a lady doctor in Bareilly who could cure her. So she got ready and has come 700 miles with the hope of regaining her health. She has been trained as a dancing girl and wears the dress peculiar to that class. The skirt of her dress has 100 gores and is 30 yards wide. When she whirls in the dance the skirt stands straight out, yet some of the folds fall about her limbs. She seems inclined to lead a different life, but thinks it would be difficult as she has been taught to feel that her present life is the one ordered for her. I trust that while she is with us she will learn that there is a better life for her. I wonder if I have ever told you of my leper patient. It is the custom for a crowd of beggars to go to the bungalows occupied by Europeans to beg for pies, and every Sunday morning we find them in front of the house waiting for the servant to appear to supply them. Among them is an old man who has been coming for about 5 years. He is a leper whose nose, ears, fingers and toes have disappeared because of this terrible disease. He is a hideous object, but his very helplessness appeals to our sympathies, and we are glad to bandage his sores and give him what help we can for his special need, at the same time giving him a word of comfort and pointing him to one who is able to cleanse the leper. He ought not to be allowed to go about among people, but there is no law to hinder or restrain such people from going where they will. There are mission asylums in the hills for lepers if they will go. One of my medical class developed leprosy and was sent to the mission asylum in Almora, where she has been well cared for, and she is glad to be doing something for others who are more helpless than she is. A few mornings ago a woman came bringing her sick child, the only surviving one of 7. The Bible woman spoke words of comfort to her, telling her of Jesus who when upon earth took little children in his arms and blessed them, and that now he is near to heal the sick and comfort the broken-hearted. She assured her that the 6 little ones that she had consigned to the sacred river were safe with him, and she would see them again if she would believe in him and trust in him for salvation. We prescribed for the little one, praying that the dear Father would spare this one, and that the good seed sown in the mother's heart might spring up and bear fruit unto eternal life. Many people believe that these people have little natural affection, but some touching instances of their care and love for each other have come to our notice both among low and high castes. A Hindu, who has a wife and 4 children, called me to visit his wife, who was very ill. He is employed in one of the government schools, receiving $10 a month, and when I visited the house he offered me $1 as a fee, which I declined to accept as his means are so limited. "I give it gladly," he said. "My wife's life is more to me than money." Another man, with an income of $3 a month, offered me $1 for my visit, which of course I refused to take, but when his wife's improvement was assured he felt like giving all that he had, and insisted on my taking $2.50, leaving them only 50 cents for their food. I might tell you of similar instances which have occurred in my practice, showing that a heathen man is capable of loving and caring for his kindred. December 18th. 4 of our hospital patients have died this year. One of them, a village woman who was converted to Christianity 3 years ago and baptized by our native pastor, the Reverend Joel Janvier, was with us for 2 months, and during the time bore her sufferings with great patience and resignation, and in her last hours gave evidence that for her to die was gain, for she was departing to be with Jesus. Last June Mary Angelo, a Christian widow, came to me asking me if she could have a room in the hospital for a time as she had no home. I was very glad to give her a room on condition that she would read and talk with the sick in the hospital every day in their rooms, and she did this very acceptably. Later I gave her a place in the dispensary as compounder, and she has learned the work so quickly and is doing so well that I am now paying her 4 rupees a month and expect to have her as a regular student next year. The girls of the medical class taught by Dr. Dease have given good service in putting up prescriptions in the morning clinics. The second decennial conference is to meet in Calcutta on the 28th of this month, and many of our missionaries are planning to attend it. This is a conference of missionaries of all denominations in India. The first one was held in Allahabad in 1872 with 136 members present, representing 19 missionary societies, but it is expected that the number will be much larger this year. I shall try to tell you a little about it in my next letter. End of chapter 10. Recording by Shena Ser, Fresno, California. Chapter 11 of A Glimpse of India. From the Letters of Dr. Clara A. Swain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Decennial Conference at Kolkata. Bareilly, February 17, 1883. My dear M., on the 25th of December, our party of missionaries from the North India Conference started for Kolkata to attend the Decennial Conference. By special arrangement, the railway company allowed members of the conference to travel in second-class carriages at intermediate-class fares, and the carriages put at our disposal consisted of 2 compartments with sliding doors between, and 5 sleeping berths in each. The 2 upper berths were put up in the daytime, and the doors opened between the compartments, giving us a good-sized room, so that we could have prayers together every day and make visits to each other in the different carriages. There were 8 married missionaries with their wives, 10 missionaries without their wives, 9 single ladies, besides Bishop Foster, Dr. and Mrs. Reed, and Mrs. Lore, who with her daughter had come out to India to spend a year with her missionary daughter, Mrs. McGrew. The other Methodist conferences, too, were well represented. The conference opened on Thursday morning, the 28th, the Honorable Sir Henry Ramsay as President giving an address of welcome in a most comprehensive speech which contained allusions to the different departments of mission work. A prayer meeting was held every morning at 7:30 o'clock, continuing an hour, and on Sunday, the 31st, there was a United Communion service. Every day there were papers, speeches and discussions on various topics, participated in by missionaries of the different missions, and the morning session of the 4th day was given to the ladies for the presentation of their special work. There were 4 papers read, one of them by Miss Thoburn, on the education of native Christian girls. Following the papers were short speeches by several ladies on their own line of work. Mrs. McGrew made a neat little speech on medical work, in which she referred to me as the pioneer woman medical missionary in India, and said that one of my medical students has been carrying on in her old station a medical work larger than she herself had in hand. She also mentioned one of them who had given valuable assistance during the cholera epidemic in Bareilly, to whose obedience, practical insight and general efficiency the civil surgeon gave unqualified testimony. Dr. Thoburn spoke several times very effectively on preaching to the heathen, development of native agency, development of spiritual life, and enthusiasm in the churches of India, all of which are subjects in which he is deeply interested. Bishop Foster was an interested listener, but did not speak, and Dr. Reed, the senior missionary secretary of our board in America, spoke only at the public missionary meeting, but they afterward expressed their pleasure in having the privilege of seeing such a body of devoted missionaries and hearing what had been accomplished in the past and what was being planned for the future. After so many days of intense and high intellectual enjoyment, it was natural that the physical nature should demand relaxation, and our Calcutta friends arranged to give us opportunity to see some of the sights of the capital city of India. One delightful day was spent at Barrackpore, 12 miles from Calcutta. We went in boats, finding it very hot on the river, and immediately on landing made our way to the great banyan tree, the largest in India, covering a great space of ground with its offshoots, which form perfect arches and galleries. It is said that 16,000 people can sit beneath its shade to dine. It is very old, but continues to throw out roots from its numerous branches. The roots are really cared for, each being placed in a hollow bamboo as it shoots downward to the ground, upon which a little mound of earth is built up to receive it, when it begins to grow rapidly until it forms a straight trunk, which in turn sends branches from which other roots shoot downward. This process may go on for centuries if care is taken. We made our coffee and partook of our late breakfast under this tree, feeling that nature's dining room was a most delightful one. But this gigantic tree was not the only attraction in the gardens. There are beautiful lawns and shrubs, palms and an endless variety of plants, roses in great profusion, heliotrope and other sweet plants, fountains playing in marble basins, and a great variety of richly colored crotons. I brought home some small croton plants and have them growing in pots in the veranda. After the 7 days of the conference and 2 days of sightseeing, the most of us were ready to return to our work. I have not mentioned that Dr. Thoburn's church in Dharmtola Street was selected for the conference as the most commodious, central and suitable place in Calcutta. Arrangements for our entertainment among the Methodist families of the city had been made previous to our arrival, and we made some most delightful acquaintances and fast friends among them. This year there were 27 different missionary societies represented by 475 members. Among them were 3 veterans, the Reverend Mr. Bennett of the Baptist Mission, who came out to India in 1829, Reverend George Bowen of our Methodist Mission, and Dr. Murray Mitchell of the Free Church of Scotland, who read a farewell in verse of his own composing, and Dr. Newton, who came to India only 5 years later than Mr. Bennett. Each of these veterans made speeches which brought tears to many eyes, and, I am sure, inspired the younger missionaries present to renewed interest in the work of evangelizing this dark land. February 22nd. My dear Sister, we had such a good conference at Lucknow this year. It opened on the 11th of January with Bishop Foster of America presiding. Dr. and Mrs. Reed from New York were present, and Mrs. Lore, who has spent more than a year in India. She and Mrs. Reed added much to the interest of the meetings of the Ladies' Society, and they in turn were much interested in our business sessions. Bishop Foster and Dr. Reed were invited to address us on Monday, which they did, much to our edification. Several of our missionaries go home this year. Mr. and Mrs. Parker, who you remember were home 13 years ago, Mr. and Mrs. Badley, Mrs. Hoskins with her little Willie, and Mrs. McGrew with her 3 children, her mother and sister, Mrs. and Miss Lore. Mrs. Hoskins goes to be for a time with her 2 boys whom she left in America over 5 years ago. Mrs. Johnson will probably go in this company, and they will have with them Mrs. Anandabai Joshi, a cousin to Pundita Ramabai. Mrs. Joshi goes to America to study medicine. Bishop Foster and Dr. and Mrs. Reed are visiting our most important mission stations and are much pleased with what they see of the work. We have enjoyed their visit here very much. The Bishop was greatly touched and affected by the sight of so many half-clad and poorly fed people as he sees everywhere. He says he does not see how we can get used to it. He thinks our sympathies must be constantly wrought up by the conditions around us. I do not know what he would think if he could go with me into some of the houses in the city. There is great need of more missionaries in this part of India. Every day the way is opening for more schools, more zanana visiting, more of all kinds of mission work. Nearly everyone in our mission is really overworked. We are training some good helpers from among the Anglo-Indian population who will be able to relieve us in some parts of our work in the future. The 3rd young woman has come to day to join our medical work. You will remember that I mentioned in some of my earlier letters a Miss Jore, who was a teacher in the orphanage. She was with us 7 years, living a part of the time in our family. 2 years ago she married and went to Simla to live, and last June she came to me as a patient. She died here before I went to Kolkata. I called 3 physicians for consultation, and they declared it a very critical case and there was no hope for her recovery. When I told her this she said, "It is all right. I have trusted the Lord for many years and I can still trust Him," and she passed away perfectly resigned to the Lord's will. We are having the coldest weather that was ever known in Bareilly, so people say. There has been very heavy snow on the mountains. In Naini Tal the snow is 5 feet deep. From our veranda we can see the snowy mountain tops quite plainly on a clear day. March 15th. We have just been through the process of house cleaning and shall be nice and clean for about 2 weeks. At the end of that time spider webs, dust and insects innumerable will accumulate, and the doors, windows and curtains will be so soiled that a stranger might wonder if there were a housekeeper on the premises. I take a glance into all the rooms occasionally to see if the bearer does his work properly, and when things get too bad we turn everything out and have another cleaning day. We all go out to our work early in the morning and come back to breakfast at 11 o'clock. By that time we are too tired to care very much how things look. Our drawing room is usually beautified with flowers which makes it look fresh and pretty, and the gardener generally has flowers for the dining table, and we have some lovely ferns on the veranda. October 1st. The Dasara meetings begin on the 7th of this month and we are all planning to attend. The Rev. Dr. Phillips will have charge of the meetings. You may have met him when he has been in America on furlough. He is a grand Christian man, beloved by all who know him. The Phillips family were among the oldest of the missionary families, and Dr. Phillips and his sisters are of the 2nd generation. We expect that Dr. and Mrs. Butler will be at the meetings. What a pleasure it will be to them to visit their old mission field and see the wonderful progress that has been made since they left India 15 years ago. December 28th. During the last 6 months it has been our lot to care often for the dying and to point the bereaved to Him who is able to make sorrow a blessing. We have had some changes in our corps of workers, one leaving to engage in other work and another coming to take her place, also a young woman to join Dr. D.'s class in the dispensary and give what help she can wherever needed. Many of our patients have come from villages 20 and 30 miles distant. We are always glad to give them something to think about as well as to prescribe for their physical ailments. During the year we have had opportunity to give the Gospel to thousands, some of whom have listened gladly. Only He who knows all hearts can tell the results of the year's work. In some instances we have visited in their own homes those who have been patients in the hospital and spoken words of comfort to them. One of these visits we can never forget. A little boy of 2 years, who had been a patient of mine since he was a few months old, was brought to the hospital one morning and after a few hours he died. He was the last of 5 children and the grief of his parents was terrible. No language can describe the hopeless lamentations of his mother or the look of desolation on her face. We tried to comfort her but our efforts were vain. After she had gone to her home I went to see her, taking with me one who knew the woman and her sad history. When we sat down she began to talk about her boy and we said, "Let us tell you where he is now." And we began to talk about heaven and its inhabitants, where her little ones are now safe. A look of intense eagerness came into her face and she said, "How do you know this? What proof have you that this is true?" We replied, "God has told us and we will read about it from the book He has given." Then she said, "Let me call my mother-in-law that she may hear also." So the mother and father and grandmother and some of the neighbors listened eagerly while we read and talked to them of the place where their treasures had been gathered. The description of the New Jerusalem caught their attention. The 12 gates, each gate one single pearl. It seemed incredible. They thought of the large gates in their own city and wondered how there could be a pearl large enough to be one gate, and then 12 of such gates. Natives are very fond of pearls and this description pleased them. It was worth the journey to India to witness that poor mother's interest in what we read and the comfort which we could give her. We are praying earnestly that the light which has begun to dawn in her heart may grow brighter and brighter unto the perfect day. Bareilly, January 18, 1884. My dear Sister, I have just returned from our conference at Cawnpore and have come back disappointed that I could not get Miss Hyde to help me in my work here this year. We need 2 doctors here in Bareilly. The work has become so large and there are so many outside calls that it is really beyond one person's ability to care for it properly. But I shall have to work alone for another year. It was a great pleasure to have Dr. and Mrs. Butler with us at conference. We all enjoyed Dr. Butler's sermons very much, also Mrs. Butler's presence in our women's meetings. We are having a very cold winter, so cold that the flowers do not blossom as usual. Everything has been touched with frost. Even our vegetable garden does not yield us the usual supply for our table. The days are much like late autumn days in America just before the snow comes, but they are very bright and clear. There has been no rain since early in September, and our vegetables and flowers have to be well watered to make them grow at all. I suppose you have had this beautiful evening glow in America. We read of its being seen in all parts of the world. Some nights it is very red and the sky is so clear that the effect of the glow is beautiful. February 13th. Last month I came very near being killed. I was called out in the country, about 100 miles away, to visit the family of a Nawab and went part of the way by train and then across country for 30 miles in a native conveyance. I got out there very well but coming back I rode an elephant. One of the men of the family was celebrating the marriage of his son and had invited 5,000 guests, so every conveyance was in use for the marriage procession, and the best they could do for me was to give me an elephant. My native assistant and I mounted the elephant and just as we were passing out of the yard the driver said we must lower our heads or we would get hurt. The yard was enclosed by a high wall and had a gate 15 feet high with a beam across the top. I thought my head was as low as I could get it but the beam caught me under the chin and at the side of my head. My assistant screamed and the driver backed the elephant at once, thus saving my head, but it was black and sore for some days. One of the governors of North India was killed in this way. December 29th. Many times during the past year when very poor and suffering women and children have been brought to us we have rejoiced that we have so comfortable a place in which to receive them. I am quite sure if those who 12 years ago gave so liberally toward the building of the hospital were to see how much comfort it has brought to hundreds of women who in their own homes have known only hardship and privation, they would realize that their investment has yielded a valuable dividend. At present the patients in the hospital are of the most needy class. One is a beggar whose only home is a little hut on the shore of the Ganges, others from villages whose chief characteristics are poverty and disease, and others are some of the most wretched poor of our own city. Sufficient food to satisfy their hunger would in itself be a luxury, but when to this is added clean rooms, comfortable beds and kindly ministrations it must seem to them as if they had entered into a new world. My Ganges beggar and her husband were professional beggars. The man died and since his death the woman, who is blind, has been going on her rounds led by a boy apparently 8 years of age. One morning she appeared before me with twin babies in her arms, saying she had come to give me her babies. I saw that she was blind and examined her eyes. Then I said, "If I take your babies you must stay and nurse them for me. I will treat your eyes and give you your food for taking care of them for me." I asked her if she would give me the other boy. "Oh no," she said, "he has to lead me about." "But if I cure your eyes you will not need him to lead you," I answered. She consented to be treated and I gave her a room in the hospital. At first she would disappear for a few days to visit her old friends by the river, but she became more contented to stay as time went on, and now the sight of one eye is partially restored. I told her of the boys' orphanage at Shahjahanpore and of the widow's home there where she could care for her baby boys till they were old enough to go into the orphanage, and she consented to go there, so we are arranging to send her soon. There have been 4 deaths in the hospital this year. Rebecca Gowan, who had served so faithfully in the dispensary for 10 years, came back to us very ill, but we hoped by change from the hills and good care she might regain her health, but it was too late, and after suffering patiently for 3 months she passed away quietly, trusting in Him whom she had loved and served nearly all her life. In her death the mission has lost an exemplary Christian and a faithful worker. We are just beginning to build a little church at Aonla, 20 miles from Bareilly, with the $100 which our cousin Mrs. Day and her Sunday school class have sent me. Dr. Dease and I went out there to purchase the land, and he has arranged to have the church built of unbaked brick, with windows and 2 doors, and a grass mat for the people to sit on. It will cost perhaps $50 more besides the price of the land, but this is already promised, if needed, and the building will meet the need of the congregation for a long time. There has been a good number of converts in this place during the past year, and it seems necessary to organize a church and send a native pastor to teach them and keep them together. I can hardly realize that I have been so long in India as this date indicates. End of chapter 11. Recording by Shenna Sayre, Fresno, California. Chapter 12 of A Glimpse of India, from the letters of Dr. Clara A. Swain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Call to Rajputana. Khetri, Rajputana, May 8, 1885. My dear M. Last February a native gentleman, secretary to the Rajah of Khetri, Rajputana, called on me in Bareilly and asked me if I would go to Khetri to visit the wife of the Rajah if I should be sent for officially. He said he had visited 2 lady physicians before coming to me and had learned of their ability and success and was taking his report to the Rajah. He could not tell who would be chosen. I did not suppose that I should ever hear from him again. However, I told him that if I should be sent for, I could arrange my work so that I could spend a month with the Rani as was desired. About the 1st of March I received a telegram from the secretary asking me to be ready to leave for Khetri in 10 days. I arranged my work as I had promised, and on the 9th day the secretary arrived to escort me. He wished me to take an English nurse, my cook and any other servants necessary to my comfort, saying that I was not to regard the expense, so I thought I was justified in taking a native Christian teacher and a young lady friend as companion, for the secretary told me that there were no Europeans nearer than the railway station, 72 miles away. There were 7 in our company beside the escort. When we reached the end of our railway journey we found very elaborate arrangements for our transport across the country. There was a camel chariot drawn by 4 camels, 2 palanquins carried by 17 men each, 2 riding horses, and a few miles out from Khetri we were joined by 2 huge elephants. There was also a unique conveyance called a rath drawn by 2 beautiful white oxen. This was for the native women. There were more than 100 men servants sent for our service. I need not tell you that this was a very novel and enjoyable journey, though it was slow and rather wearisome, for with all our different conveyances and the changing from one to another there was not much bodily comfort. Our chariot had not easy, pliable springs like a home carriage. The elephant shook us up and down, and when we were in the palanquins we were swung as in a hammock and fearfully shaken. The first 20 miles in chariot and palanquins were quite long enough to make us hail with pleasure our camp, where we found a tent ready for us and a most enjoyable breakfast prepared by my cook, who with the other servants had gone on in advance. We rested through the day and about 4 o'clock started on the next stage of our journey, arriving in the early morning at Koth, a large Mohammedan city in the Khetri state, where the Rajah had a rest house. Before we resumed our journey in the afternoon we mounted one of the elephants and rode through the city. The elephant was told to kneel and a ladder was placed against his side for us to mount. When we were seated in the howdah the elephant raised himself on his front legs and we held on tightly to the sides of our little carriage while with a mighty heave the animal gained an upright position. The mahout or driver sat on the elephant's neck and guided him with his feet and an occasional endearing word. It soon became known that one of the ladies was a doctor, and when we returned to the house we found quite a number of people who had come to make their salams and ask for medicine. It was quite 3 o'clock when we started for Khetri, the longest stage of our journey. It was as tiresome to the men as to us, and my cook fell asleep on his horse and slipped off without awaking. After a while it was noticed that his horse was riderless and one of the men went back and found him asleep in the sand. We ladies several times during the 40 miles changed from palanquin to chariot and to elephant to rest our weary limbs. But like all things our journey had an end and in due time we were housed in a tent in Khetri and we remained in the tents until the 20th of April. We were told on our arrival that the Rajah and Rani had gone to a place 3 miles distant for a change, so we felt secure of a few hours' rest before being obliged to meet them. They returned before noon and a messenger was sent to us with their salams and a request that we would come to them at 4 o'clock. We went at the appointed time and were received by the Rajah in his palace. After a short conversation he showed us his library and then conducted us to the Rani's palace and presented us to her in a simple and courteous manner. The Rani rose and extended her hand to receive us, with her face uncovered. She led me to a chair beside her with the other 2 ladies next me, while the Rajah seated himself at her left and talked to her and to us in a very pleasant manner. 14 of the court women stood just behind the Rani, 7 on each side, ready for her service. They were very handsomely dressed. After a little time the sister of the Rajah came in and going to the Rani bowed to her and was then presented to us, and the Rajah immediately took his leave, leaving us to enjoy the society of the ladies unrestrained. As this was a formal call we did not remain long but took our leave after I had made an appointment to visit the Rani professionally the next morning. After I had been here about 2 weeks and the Rani showed signs of improvement, the Rajah proposed that I remain as physician to the women of the palace. This was most unexpected and required much thought and prayer before I could decide to leave my work in Bareilly and the Missionary Society which had cared for me for so many years. But each day as I became more acquainted with the people and saw the grand opening for missionary work, a field comprising so many thousands of people with no missionary or religious teacher in this part of the country, I began to see the hand of the Lord in bringing me here, and the more I prayed the more I saw the Lord in it all, and I accepted the proposition on condition that the young lady who had accompanied me as companion be allowed to remain with me, and that we both be allowed to work among the people as Christian women. The Rajah make no objection to this, so I have engaged to remain here 2 years, after which I will be at liberty to go to America if I wish. Both the Rajah and Rani are very kind and say that they would like me to remain permanently, though they will not urge me to stay longer than the 2 years for which I have engaged to remain. They say that my name will always remain on the palace register and they will regard me as their own as long as I live. I would not have accepted the situation for the salary only, for I have enjoyed my work in the mission, but there is a great opportunity for missionary work here without expense to the society in America, and it seems to be an opening of which some Christian should take advantage, so, as I have been called here, I see no reason why I should not be the one to start a work here. I have had very good success in my practice since I came and I find it very pleasant. I like living out among the natives. They are very kind and friendly and we visit among them freely. I believe this is the best way if we hope to reach them and win their confidence. As soon as I could conveniently do so, I spoke to the Rajah asking permission to open a school for girls, and he not only gave full consent but said he would use his influence to induce his people to send their daughters to us, so we have now 18 bright little girls coming to us every morning. The Rajah gives them a pound of wheat flour every morning to encourage their attendance, this being equal to what they would earn as a day's wages. He also gave to each a new skirt and head covering, so that they could come to school in clean clothes, and he promised to give an extra pound of flour every Saturday to those who are not once absent through the week. Miss Pannell, my companion, teaches the girls and the Rani has engaged her to teach her and some of the court women. We find the Rajah and Rani most interesting people, noble and generous, and so kind and considerate that we can hardly realize that they are not Christians. If we might only be the means of bringing them to Christ, how glad I should be. Will you not join us in prayer for their conversion? All things are possible with God. I am sure that there is some one here to be saved by our coming. The Rajah and his secretary are the only English speaking persons here besides ourselves. We brought a good number of religious books, portions of scripture and hymn books, all in the Hindi language, and these we distribute as we have opportunity. I suppose there are more than 30 persons here who are already singing our hymns, for we have taught them to all who are willing to learn. Some of the hymns are very popular, and the singing women in the palace sing them to the Rani every evening. The Rani says our hymns are purer than theirs and she likes them much better. Think what a change this is, for some of their hymns are so vile that we would not listen to them. Now Christian hymns reach every woman in the palace. We find that we can sing religion to these people when we cannot preach it openly. I do pray that we may see some fruit from our labor here and that we may be very faithful in improving every opportunity to present Christ. A house is being repaired for us and we hope to move into it soon, as it is getting to be too hot to remain in tents much longer. It is a native house without a window in it and we shall probably not enjoy it very much, but it will be arranged so that we can endure it for a while until the new house which the state will build for us later will be ready for occupancy. The place is a pleasant one. It is situated in the valley and surrounded on all sides by low hills. On one of the highest of these are a fort and palace in which the 7 wives of the late Rajah live. He died at the age of 27 years, leaving 9 widows, all, I believe, childless. The present Rajah is an adopted son and was educated for the position which he now fills. He has but one wife. The Rani is a very bright and beautiful woman about 22 years of age. I have not met so charming a native lady since I have been in India. The Rajah is well educated and the people seem to respect and like him as a ruler. I enjoy my work here. I have opened a dispensary for the women and children of the city and surrounding villages, but have not had many patients coming there yet, as the people seem afraid of us. Not having been accustomed to meet white people, they lack confidence in us and seem to fear to take anything from a Christian's hand. We are the only Christians in this native state, but there seems to be a number of good Hindus here who practice self-denial and pray often to their gods, believing that by long prayers and bathing and abstaining from meat they are working out their own salvation. I quite enjoy spending an hour with the Rani. She is very good and sincere and she talks so much like a Christian that I sometimes think she is not far from the kingdom. She sits at her prayers for 2 or 3 hours every day, besides attending to all the bathing and ceremonial purifications that her religion enjoins upon her. June loth. I returned to Bareilly on the 25th of April and remained there just a month, settling my affairs and making over my work to my successor. It was not an easy matter to leave my home and all my interests in Bareilly. I did not quite realize what it would be when I accepted this situation, but now that it is all over and I am back in Khetri I feel quite at home and watch with new interest the opening and development of the work. The people here are Rajputs and are different from the people of northern India in their language, habits and food. Their temples too are quite different. We have a very good house, but think of it, all this hot weather we have been without doors except the one at our bedroom. All the other entrances are covered with straw mats which can be rolled up. We are having doors made and they will soon be hung. The birds, squirrels and lizards have full liberty all through the house, but we do not mind them unless they make too much noise or get into our food. July 28, 1885. I hope you are less anxious about me now that negotiations apparently satisfactory have been concluded between England and Russia. I do not think we should be in immediate danger even if there should be war. India is much better protected, has more English soldiers, military stores and railways than before the mutiny, and the natives are more loyal to the government than at that time. Fancy my learning to ride an elephant, yes, and a camel too. I took my first ride on the camel 10 days ago and rode with ease about 4 miles. The camel driver sat in front and I sat behind him on a side saddle tied on the back hump of the camel. The camel kneels down for the person to mount and alight, and the motion then is something dreadful. You are thrown back when the animal unfolds his four legs and thrown forward when he raises himself on his hind legs. I can ride on the elephant with almost as much ease as in a carriage, so you see I shall be quite ready for a speedy flight if war should come. I called last evening on the families of the Prime Minister and his brother, the former Prime Minister. One of them has a wife and 4 children, the other has 2 wives who are sisters, but there are no children. Both families are wealthy. The women were weighted down with jewels. They know no other life than the seclusion of their homes, sitting on their cots, chewing pan, admiring their jewels, and being waited on by their servants. We asked if the little girls might attend our school, and the ladies said they could not allow them to come with the children we have, but they would like them to be taught if we could come to them. The 18 little girls in our school are learning to knit and are interested in their work as well as in their lessons. The Rani has a lesson regularly every day, often for 2 or 3 hours. She can write an English letter in a very good hand and read short sentences in English. She says her life is much happier because of our being here. She has longed for a friend. Her court women are all in the position of servants to her. July 10, 1885. My dear M : I have had a visit from the Rajah's secretary who came with a request that I would celebrate my birthday, which occurs on the 18th of this month, in the American fashion. He said that the Rani and several of the ladies from the palace would like to come for a little visit and that some of the native gentlemen would like to come and pay their respects. It is the custom here to make a birthday anniversary a high day. Visits are paid and valuable presents sent. I am told that the Rani is having a very beautiful gold chain or necklace made for me and she wishes to come and put it on my neck herself. I told the secretary that I was not accustomed to wear anything of the kind and I would prefer that the Rani would not do it, but he said that it will give the Rani great pleasure to present it to me and I must not refuse. So I suppose I must accept it and wear it sometimes when I go to the palace. I am trying to think what I can do to please the women on the great occasion. I might follow a German custom and have a bran pyramid with the proper number of wax tapers. August 4th. My birthday party was a success, I think, for all seemed to enjoy it. Our sitting room upstairs has white walls panelled in blue and the white lace curtains at the doors were looped with blue ribbons. A thin white floor cloth was spread over the blue and orange striped carpet showing the colors through, giving quite a pretty effect. I borrowed a white marble stand from the Rajah's secretary and wreathed it with myrtle and on it was placed my birthday cake, which I made myself, heavily coated with white frosting. About 4 o'clock the Rajah and his suite came to call. The Prime Minister and principal men came upstairs with the Rajah and the others remained below. The Rajah offered congratulations and said it was a happy circumstance that my 50th birthday should occur in Khetri and he hoped that I would see many more with them. Other complimentary speeches were made, the Prime Minister referring to my successful work among them. A little time elapsed after the gentlemen retired before the Rani arrived, accompanied by the chief officials of the state who remained below, while the Rani and her women came upstairs. The Rani made a pretty little speech of congratulation and said how happy she was to have me with her and what a benefit to the women and children of the state was my presence and my medical knowledge. "You are to me in the place of a mother," she said with a charming smile. She commented on the delicate appearance of our white room, which she said gave her pleasure. Miss Pannell and I made an effort at general conversation to include the women, and I distributed pan among them, a point of native etiquette which we are careful to observe. That for the Rani was wrapped in gold leaf and for the others in silver leaf. This visit lasted about half an hour, and when the Rani rose to leave she fastened a beautiful necklace about my neck, then all made their salams and retired. The state band played outside all through both visits. After all this ceremony was over Miss Pannell and I sat down to enjoy a quiet cup of tea and a slice of the cake which had graced the party, and so ended my 50th birthday, the most unique of all my birthdays, for had not royalty shed lustre upon it? Have I ever told you that we are living in a tomb? It has been repaired and remodeled sufficiently to make it a habitable house. The person for whom it was built was cremated and his ashes were carried to the Ganges and sprinkled upon its waters. We never think about its being a tomb unless some one mentions it to us. It stands in a garden and it is quite artistic with its arches and pillars, prettily carved, supporting the domed roof. It is built of stone and has a stone floor. Formerly there were no partitions but it has been divided so as to make two small side rooms, one of which we use as a pantry and the other for a store room for trunks and clothing. The rest of the space we have converted into 3 rooms by hanging curtains in the arches. The walls are frescoed, each room being done in a different tint. The dome is blue, the sky tint, and shades down into a rosy flush to meet the white walls, which look as delicate as porcelain. It is really a very pretty place, and we very much enjoy our cozy home. September 15th. Early this morning I went up to the palace to see the Rani and found her getting ready for her worship. When I saw all that had to be done before she was ready to say her prayers, I could not help wondering how many of our people would pray if they had to go through such a process. The maid whose duty it is to prepare everything had washed the room in which the water was heated as well as the one in which the Rani bathes, which must always be done just before her prayer time. The Rani put on a clean yellow silk sari, letting loose her hair which flowed over her shoulders. She looked very pretty and the very image of simplicity. When quite ready she enters a large brass cabinet in which are placed all the articles required in her worship, and there she sits without having taken any food until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, saying her prayers over and over and bathing in wine a little image of Krishna. About a teaspoonful of wine is poured over the image, which is about 2 inches in height, and then she drinks this wine. The Rani had previously told me about this worship and said that it was not the same that she was taught in her mother's home. When she was married and came to Khetri to live, a pandit was sent to teach her the form of worship observed here. She said that she did not like it, that it seemed foolish to her, and she did not get any comfort from it, only that she was obeying what she was taught to do. She said that she wrote to her mother describing the worship, and she wrote back telling her that she must stop it at once as they were teaching her to drink. I am trying to persuade her to take a glass of milk before she goes to her prayers, as she is not strong enough to go without food so long every day, and I do not see how she can be benefited by the treatment unless she keeps up her strength. The Rani has some fine dresses and elegant jewels which she showed us the other day. One of her state dresses is a wonderful production. It is a delicate yellow in color and of very thin material, but the skirt is so heavy that I could hardly lift it from the floor. It is cut in small gores and is 70 yards wide, trimmed around the bottom with silver lace, a quarter of a yard in width. A jacket of the thinnest gauze material with a veil of the same completes this lovely costume, and with it she wears pearls on her head, neck and arms. She is small and has a bright, pretty face with large black eyes, and is very refined in her manner. No one sits in her presence until she invites them to do so, and no one goes into her apartments without having received permission to enter. I do not know when we shall learn all the ins and outs of native court etiquette. We have made several mistakes, I am sure, but the Rani overlooks them. December 5th. Last month we had a very pleasant visit to Jaipur. The Rajah was obliged to go to meet the Viceroy, and as he intended to take the Rani with him he invited us to accompany her. We were delighted with the prospect of this novel journey of 100 miles across country with such a procession as we knew there would be, for the royal people in India never travel without a host of followers. There were 300 soldiers, a brass band, and 1,000 men. It took 100 men to carry the flagstaff, which was in one piece, unjointed. There was a palanquin for the Rani, one for her sister-in-law, who is spending a year with her, one for the little princess, and one for me. There were 75 men to carry the palanquins. Then there was an elephant for the Rajah, one for the princess and her attendants, and one for Miss Pannell and me when we wanted to change from the palkis. There were over 200 camels, some for riding and others for carrying the luggage and for the servants. The tents with their furnishings were carried on 17 ox carts. To complete the cavalcade there were 200 horses and 10 native conveyances covered with white cloth and drawn by fine-looking white oxen for the women attendants of the Rani and for the 12 schoolgirls we were taking with us. 6 camels drew the 3 gun carriages on which were guns to fire a salute as we entered the towns on our way. I must not forget the treasury cart which carried the money for our expensive journey. Perhaps you can imagine something of the appearance of such a procession. The men were all dressed in Oriental costume, the long upper garment and pajamas or drawers and the sash of red cloth. Their turbans were red, yellow, pink or green. Such a variety of color made our procession look quite gay among the green fields through which we passed. We marched from 12 to 30 miles a day and were 5 days making the journey. We stopped at night and the camels were unloaded, tents put up, beds made, and our food cooked and eaten, and after a refreshing sleep were always ready for the next day's journey. We enjoyed it all very much and happily no serious accident occurred. Now and then an unruly camel would run away and throw off his load. A few chairs were broken and my cook grieved over his quilt which had been torn by a biting camel. It was amusing to hear the remarks made by the men who were sitting outside our tents talking over the adventures of the day. Some of them had very funny experiences. Natives enjoy a joke or anything funny more than we do, if that is possible. I could almost write a book about this journey and our stay in Jaipur where we remained a full month. The reception of the Viceroy was grand. If I had time I would write you all about it, but even then you would get but a faint idea of the affair. The floral decorations and the illuminations were beautiful. We had a fine large house not far from the palace where the Rani stayed. We had taken with us everything that we would need for housekeeping so that we were very comfortable. The Rajah gave us a carriage and pair for our own use and we improved the time in sightseeing, for there is a great deal to see in Jaipur. The city is about 150 years old and is called one of the finest native cities in India with its palaces and fine public buildings and its beautiful gardens. The public garden has a large collection of rare and beautiful trees and plants and there is quite a zoo connected with it. At 10 o'clock on Friday morning, the 20th, I called, by appointment, on Her Excellency Lady Dufferin at the Residency where the Viceroy and party are being entertained. The very cordial reception I received relieved me from all embarrassment and we had a delightful chat for nearly an hour about medical work. She was especially interested in some of my experiences in this department. Her idea is to form a national association with the Central Committee and the Central Fund with branches all over India managed locally to promote female medical tuition and medical relief and the establishment of hospitals for women all over the country and to raise subscriptions for this object. Khetri, February 22, 1886. My dear Miss G : I wish you were here to day to see my cozy little home and to sit down with us in our little drawing room over a jar of coals to have an old fashioned visit this evening. I have two women with me this winter, one for the dispensary and one for the school. Both are very pleasant and companionable. We have fine times these lovely days going out into the country on excursions and occasionally we go out with the Rajah's party on a hunting trip. It gives a little variety to a rather monotonous life and the young women enjoy it exceedingly. I do not dislike it myself, for comfortable arrangements are made for us and we have a good elephant to ride. We keep at a distance from the shooting party and are only onlookers. A few days ago we went out tiger shooting. We could not ride all the way on the elephant nor even on the horses up the steep mountain side. When we arrived at the place where the tiger was supposed to be, the Rajah placed the men at certain distances and gave us seats a little way behind himself with men on each side of us who were ordered to fire if the tiger came in our direction. Then about 100 men surrounded the place and made a great uproar with drums and horns, screaming loudly, and presently a huge tiger sprang out from under the bushes in the ravine and started up the hill opposite us. When it was in just the position for a good shot the Rajah fired and the animal turned its course toward the gun and came in our direction. The men all fired and continued to do so until the poor tiger was so wounded that it was glad to lie down and play dead for a while. When he began to show signs of life again a few more shots ended his existence. It took 50 men to bring the huge beast home to Khetri. This shooting affair occurred only about 4 miles from our house. As soon as the tiger was dead the Rajah sent a messenger on horse to tell the Rani that it had been killed and would be brought into Khetri at once for her to see. The New Year finds us pleasantly situated, with the satisfaction of feeling that the time we have spent here has not been without good results. Our acquaintance among the high caste families has greatly increased and is to us a gain in influence among all classes. I hope you have seen the letter I wrote to M. about our visit to Jaipur. We took 12 of our schoolgirls with us and they had lessons regularly every day. Seeing their pleasure in the trip quite added to our enjoyment. Miss Pannell took them all to the public gardens one day and they were much interested in the strange animals and birds they saw in the zoo. Although monkeys are common enough where the girls reside, those in the zoo were particularly interesting to them, there being several varieties from other countries. The antics of these sagacious animals caused many a hearty laugh. The girls enjoyed wandering through the lovely garden but they did not touch a flower much as they admired them. On our way to and from Jaipur I found opportunities to give medicine and advice in the villages that we passed. In one I gave a little book to a man but on our way back he brought it back to me saying that he was afraid to keep it. Last week the Rajah came to examine the school and he expressed himself much pleased with the progress the girls are making. Some of them are very bright and read quite fluently. They are themselves very proud of their attainments. They like to take a peep into our rooms. One day Miss Pannell was using the sewing machine and a little girl who was looking on said, "Oh, Miss Sahiba, what a wonderful thing! You must worship anything that does such wonderful work." Miss Pannell said, "No, indeed, we worship the one who gives the brains and the skill to make the many wonderful things that are in the world. We should worship only the one great God." April loth. We have had a little patient here for 2 days, a little girl who was stolen from her home by a wicked woman, who took the child's jewels off her and threw her into a well. Fortunately the water was only about 2 feet deep and the poor little thing crawled into a crevice on the side of the well and so escaped being killed by the stones which were thrown in after her. She was in the well all night and being afraid to answer the woman when she called to her, she was supposed to be dead. In the morning 2 of the Rani's servants went to the well to bathe and as they let down their brass vessel to draw up water the little girl caught hold of it and called out, "Take me out of the well." They drew her out and brought her to me. I did not find her badly injured, only a few flesh wounds, and her nerves shaken from fear and from being so long in the water. She kept in bed for several days, refusing to get on her feet, but finally began to rally from the shock and to day is almost well. The Rani has been very kind to the child. She arranged to have her taken to the palace yesterday and gave her the worth of her jewels in money and 2 suits of clothes. The little girl is the daughter of a poor widow who lives in the city. The wicked woman who stole her has been put in jail. April 12th. News came today of the death of one of the wives of the late Rajah. She was the foster mother of the present Rajah, the only mother he ever knew, as he was given into her care in his infancy. This Rani had gone on a visit to her relatives, was taken suddenly ill and died before news of her illness reached Khetri. The Rajah started at once to perform the ceremonies due from a son and carried her ashes to sprinkle upon the waters of the sacred Ganges. Immediately after the news of the Rani's decease reached the palace, it was communicated to the head men of the towns and villages of the state that all the heads of families might shave their heads, which is the sign of mourning among the Hindus. At the same time an invitation was given to the feast in honor of the deceased Rani on the 12th day after her death. At the appointed time about 5,000 men and boys arrived, and when all were assembled they were seated in rows of 50s on the ground, with a broad passage between the rows for the servers of the feast to pass. On such occasions the feast consists of a sweet made of crude sugar, ghee or clarified butter, and some kind of grain formed into balls, and each individual receives 3 of these balls, the 3 weighing a little less than 2 pounds. A number of men were appointed to distribute these from baskets, handing 3 balls to each individual until all were served. This was an interesting sight to me. Everything was done so quietly and so systematically, and in 2 hours it was all over and the people were ready to return to their homes. A number of the relatives and friends of the late Rani had been invited to come in and mourn and condole with the family, and every day these village women gathered in the library adjoining the Rani's apartments, where they sat on the floor for hours weeping and wailing and speaking of the good works and the kindness of the departed Rani. One day the Rani asked me to speak to the women and tell them how wrong it is for them to destroy the girl babies that are born to them when they feel that there are more girls in the family than they want or can afford to marry off. Quite a crowd of women were assembled and the Rani quieted them and asked them to listen to what I had to say. I spoke through an interpreter as they would hardly understand my Hindustani, and they listened very attentively and occasionally remarked to each other about something that was said. I told them of the great sin in God's sight of taking the life of a little one that He had given them to take care of for Him, and this seemed to give some of them a new idea. Poor things! They had never thought of it as sin, for it had become a custom among their people. The expense attending a marriage is a source of great evil, and where there are several girls in one household to be married, the family is, in many cases, ruined financially. The Rani has told me that in the case of very poor families in the state the Rajah gives a certain amount toward defraying the marriage expenses, hoping that this terrible custom of girl infanticide may be done away with. Of course the marriage of a poor girl would not be very expensive, as the arrangements would be simple and not much expected in the way of dowry. The natives say, "A girl takes, but a boy brings." End of Chapter 12. Recording by Shena Ser, Fresno, California.